All right, guys, hosting this run is Creative Ellie. Let's have some fun with Dragon Quest III. Looks like Haktical, SUMDeaner, sure is ready. Gonna go ahead and
the first three.
Okay.
hand it off to you guys.
Excellent. Welcome, everyone, to Dragon Quest III. I am Haktical, and I'm joined here by my two very good friends. If you want to introduce yourselves.
Hi, everyone. I'm SUMDeaner.
Hi, I'm caeshura.
And so to start the run, we're going to need the naming incentives closed off now. The hero will be needed to start the run, and then the other three characters will be needed about 3 or 4 minutes into the run. So if I could get the hero name now, that will get me ready to begin the run. This will be JRTA timing, so I will reset the game. That will be the start of the timer, and it will go through the end of the credits.
Absolutely. The hero's name looks like the winner is Freighter. It's going to be F-R-A-T-E-R.
Okay, excellent. That's with a capital F, correct?
That's with a capital F.
Excellent. So in that case, I am ready to go. So I will do a quick countdown, and then I will reset the game, and that will be when time starts. So 3, 2, 1, go. I'm really bad at naming characters, so that's what we're going to start off with, is this wonderful input. And we are going to be doing message speed 8. So I am playing with a turbo controller, and message speed 8 is the slowest speed, but it'll be the fastest if you mash quickly or use turbo.
Yeah, basically message speed 8 advances battle text when you press a button. So by having a turbo controller press the button quickly for us, we can actually advance text faster than the fastest message speed.
And Diener, if you want to talk about this intro.
Oh, sure. So starting out Dragon Quest III here, after we've selected our hero, we begin this sequence here. It's a personality test. The spirit asks you a series of yes or no questions, and your responses to those yes or no questions sends you to a final question, and your decisions during the final question affect your hero's starting personality. You want me to go ahead and talk a little bit about personality too?
I can talk about personalities, that's fine. So the way personalities work is that they're percentage modifiers to your stat growth on level up. So this personality that we're going for the hero is lazy, which gets very good strength growth and also very good stamina growth. And for the hero, those two stats are the most important. Stamina is going to be very important for everybody. So I'll be making 3 more characters, well, 4 more characters, but 3 more real party members shortly. And we'll be getting specific personalities for them also to get that extra stamina growth. And really, it's relevant through the whole run, but it's most important at the very, very end of the run. So.
Yeah, so the stamina stat basically directly correlates with our character's max HP. Max HP is one of the most important things for all of our characters in our party. So
yeah, it'll always be about double your stamina with like a 5% variance or so. And yeah,
Bravo.
Bravo.
First bravo of the run.
First of many.
First of many.
Many, yes. I think the lazy hero, I think, is 30% extra HP growth. Might be 40.
Something like that,
I think it's 30%.
But the lazy hero is probably the most popular personality type for the hero to start out with in the speedrun. There are other personality types that are also kind of popular, but lazy is by far the most popular.
Lazy also has the fastest final question, that little dream sequence.
So it's got a good
quick
balance of those factors.
Exactly. So we're going to come to the king here, and he's going to give us our quest for the game. So you're the son of the hero Ortega, who was trying to defeat the Archfiend Baramos, but sadly fell into a volcano on his quest. And now that you are 16, you are old enough to take up the quest and follow in your father's footsteps.
And fall into a volcano?
So here's 50 gold, and go buy some stuff, and go to the local tavern to get some friends. Bravo.
Bravo.
So that's what we're going to be doing now, is we're going to be heading to the tavern to recruit our party. So I'm going to need the names in the order of how they should be listed. So warrior first, then the thief, and then the mage. So if you want to give me the warrior's name now, that would be great.
Yep, the warrior's name is going to be CJ. Coming in at $200, we have CJ.
Is that just CJ?
Yep, the letter C and then the letter J.
Capital J.
Capital, yep.
So when I make these characters, they're going to give me 5 seeds, or 1 in 64 chance of 6 seeds, that I can use to gain 1 to 3 points of a given stat. So I'm going to pump everything into stamina, and I need to get 19 or higher, and a tough guy personality. So this was an Iron Man, so we need to re-roll the character for a tough guy. And that's specific for the warrior. The other party members are a little bit looser with the personality restrictions, but the pure warrior needs to be a tough guy.
Yeah, tough guy gives the highest stamina weighting, and we really do want that for our pure warrior here.
Yeah, it's 40% instead of 30% for Iron Man, but that 10% makes a big difference.
Mm-hmm.
And then stamina
There's
is
tough.
the stat that.
Okay. Excuse me, I need the thief now.
Yeah, we got the thief's name as Lumi. It's going to be capital L-U-M-I, Lumi.
Excellent. Sorry, you were saying, Keisha?
I say the stamina
I
stat
think I
is
put
the
the wrong
one.
name. Is that a U? I think I put
That's
that
a V.
That's
Okay. We'll re-roll that.
good. Okay.
The stamina stat is the one that affects the HP.
Yes. I can go over the stats really quickly. Strength directly contributes to character's attack power. Agility affects turn order in battle. Stamina affects HP. Wisdom is going to affect MP. And luck helps resist status effects, but luck is like the least useful thing for us.
Okay, we got a good thief, so I now need the mage.
Yep, we got the mage name being Ember. That's going to be capital I-M-B-E-R.
Okay, excellent. So the thief, I can take any personality. I just kind of want like a 15 or 16 or higher. Mage, I'm going to be going for 15 with not eager.
Yeah.
So I can end up with either tough or Iron Man, but I really do not want. You can take eager, but it is not as good, and you have to adjust some menus and stuff like that. So we're going to re-roll this. 6 seeds. There we go.
Again? Wow.
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 Oh,
Not the eager type, though.
that's
Okay.
unfortunate.
Yeah, rolling party members can sometimes take a little bit of time, but this is going to be really important for later on. While it's maybe going to take a couple of extra moments here to get our characters set up, it's going to be very important.
They're all eager to join you.
They really are. That one wasn't enough stamina for the personality I needed anyway. And also in addition, so you can see this one starting with 5 stamina. The one I rolled before started with 4. That'll affect their level 1 stats. So I actually prefer to have more starting stamina before the seeds regardless, but I won't reset them over it. Iron Man, okay.
Okay.
Good enough. And now I need to make one more character, which is a dealer, which we're going to name Cheese. And
Very relevant.
we're not going to worry about the dealer for a while. Just
Yeah.
know that it's important.
Yeah, we'll see Cheese later on in the run, but only for a brief period of time. They'll have one important job to do, but for the most part, our warrior, thief, and mage are going to be our core party members that are going to join the hero on this quest.
And Cheese had the silly personality, which is great.
That's perfect.
So we're going to pull our friends out of the front bank here. We're going to give them some initial equipment. Trade some of the stuff the king gave us. And then we're going to head off and begin our quest and begin actually fighting some things and jump into the speed run proper. So the first stop's going to be the town of Reeve. Our initial goal here is going to be to get the thief key from the nearby tower. And here is our first fight. So encounter handling is a big part of this speedrun. At level 1, level 2, there's not really great strategies for anything. Turn order is very variable in this game, and so even if you choose the best options at level 1 or 2, it's just kind of the fights happen how they happen. But I'll be taking pretty much everything I get onto level 2, and then I'll start to be a little more picky about what I'm actually fighting or not. So I'm going to be selling some of this initial stuff that I've been picking up to get some initial supply of medical herbs and chimera wings. Chimera wings are a consumable that will let me warp to a town I previously visited. I'm sadly 2 gold short of 3 full stacks of herbs, but not a big deal. I'm going for 3 stacks of herbs and then 4 wings is the initial shop that I want here.
Yeah, for anybody who's familiar with Dragon Quest and as a series, you'll notice our party does not have anybody who is like a traditional hero. We don't have a cleric archetype. We're really going to rely on these medical herbs throughout the first half of the run to heal our party.
Yeah, we will be buying many, many more of them.
We're going to go through a lot of medicine.
Yeah. So I'm diving down into this basement. This is sort of the underwater entrance to the tower that'll have the thief key in it. The thief key, so all Dragon Quest games have a variety of keys that you can use to open certain locked doors. These moths aren't great. They don't give very good XP, and they can surround me, which will make me miss, but 2 of them's fine.
Yeah, 2 isn't too bad. We should be able to clear these out. And earning experience early on is really important. When we created our characters, we invested a lot of all of the stat seeds into stamina. When our characters level up to level 2, the game is going to kind of compensate and catch our characters' levels or HP back up to where they should be. You'll see all of our recruited characters here. Once they reach level 2, they're going to gain an enormous amount of max HP. This
is actually a little bit of a scary fight.
Yeah.
But I'm trying to grind out 1 fight here to hopefully get level 2. There's an inn in the staircase right next to me that I don't normally take, but if I'm close to level 2, it's really convenient to get that level and then take the inn and save all those medical herbs that I have.
Yeah, it's a good strategy if this kind of plays out the way that it does for you. Dragon Quest 3 is a speedrun. It is slathered with RNG pretty much everywhere all over it, and it makes every run kind of feel a little bit unique and dynamic. So Haktical here is going to have to adapt a little bit on the fly. He's played the game a lot, so he has a lot of different strategies and different things that he can try in different areas. So this is a good option select to come here, level up, and then rest.
Yeah, in a PB attempt, I would never do something like this because if I use up all my herbs and then die, I'm going to be resetting the game anyway. But for a race or a marathon run or something like that, then you kind of want to conserve some of those resources so if things go awry, you have a back-out plan. I'm not going to take this fight. I don't really like fighting the Frogors. They have quite a bit of HP, they do quite a bit of damage, and at this point, my main team, which I should reorder, is level 2. The hero, we didn't get to put any points into a stat, so I'll fight Anteaters. Hello, Countess. So I didn't get to put any points into the hero, so he doesn't get that big stat boost at level 2 that other characters do, but his HP will still be important, and I can even get level 3 on the warrior, perhaps, for a little bit of extra hit points. So coming up shortly after this section is going to be a lot of walking in a place I have no business being a part of and running from enemies, and every point of hit points is incredibly important for that walk. So 7 HP for the hero there is not bad.
That's a good gain, yeah.
Is there any encounter in particular that you're hoping to get?
Nothing specific. The Anteaters are pretty decent. The bunnies on the lower floors would have been pretty decent. Babbles can show up, which are worth pretty good XP, but they can also poison you, which you don't want to see. The sting wasps, they're pretty good. They can call for friends, and you can kind of get stuck with them, but they're also pretty good for XP. So we talked to this old man, and he gives us the thief key, so that's all we wanted here, and
we just jump off.
Just jump off the tower. Thankfully, there is no falling damage in Dragon Quest. And we'll use the first of our Chimera Wings back to Reeve and take advantage of our thief key. So there is a locked door here, this red door, that the thief key is required to open. Pick up a couple items. Bravo.
Bravo.
And talk to this old man, and he's going to be like, oh, how'd you get in here? And you could tell him yes or no. And either way, he's just like, oh yeah, here's the magic ball.
I like how we were recognized as Ortega's child immediately. You broke into my house? You must be Ortega's kid.
So he used a warp wing there to return to Reeve, even though he was already in the town of Reeve. That's because it's faster than walking downstairs. Yeah, I think watching this run for the first time, that was one of the first things that really geeked me out. Like, I didn't expect to spend 25 gold just to save a couple of seconds, but this is speedrunning. That's the name of the game, save time.
Yeah, you wing everywhere in this run. And there are a lot of cases where like you'll go somewhere to maybe revive or something like that, and you're just winging around everywhere, and it's kind of cool. So a couple extra characters got level 3. Not really great HP gains, but I won't turn it down. But I'm not going to fight anything else from here. I could fight these babbles just to try to avoid that poison, but it's fine. And if somebody dies on this walk, it's not the biggest deal.
Mm-hmm.
So we're going to use this Wisdom Seed now while I'm in this menu. Use that on the hero and use an antidote, cure the poison. It's the only antidote I have, so hopefully it doesn't happen again. I'll fight this just to avoid it. The one thing to note when I'm walking on the overworld is, so the way random encounters in this game work is that every time you leave an area or a fight or something like that, the game generates a depletion value. It's just a random number, and every time you take a step, it lowers that depletion. And when it gets 0, you get an encounter. And mountains deplete more than forests, which deplete more than grass tiles. So I want to try to avoid walking on mountains as much as possible and that sort of thing. And similarly, dungeons have their own depletion values. And yeah, so I'll also be walking up and down stairs a lot to try to reset those depletion values to reduce the number of encounters that I'm getting.
Do the desert tiles also deplete more or less?
Desert, I think, is equivalent to forest or close to a forest.
Yeah, they're about the same. Yeah, Haktical's right. We're going to see some spots later where we're kind of trying to use this depletion number re-rolling opportunities to try and help us reduce encounters. We can't perfectly manipulate them, but we can do certain things to tip the scales in our favor a little bit.
Exactly. There's no like step routing or manipulation or anything like that in this run, but you do want to try to move in a way that minimizes the steps you take just to minimize those encounters. Magicians here, these aren't too bad. They do kind of hurt because their spells are pretty powerful, but shouldn't be too bad. The two enemies that are scary here to watch out for are the anteaters, because they will focus fire, so if there's more than one, they will still target one specific character. And also the purple bunnies, the Almirage, because they have the sleep spell and can put your party to sleep. And they can show up together between the bunnies and the anteaters, and you can get sleep blocked and then just focus down. So, but I'm just running from everything in here. Every now and then you can take like a really small fight, like 2 bunnies alone or something like that. But I don't need the experience, and it's not really safer to fight than to run, so. But yeah, this is that magic ball that we got with the Thief Key lets us get through this cave, and that lets us get to the town of Romilly, which kind of opens up a huge chunk of really the whole first continent, or most of the first continent. You're surprised? Okay. It's a free run. Mm-hmm. And this cave every now and then can... I think I've only ever wiped in this cave like twice, but it can happen, but it's not too uncommon to lose a party member. This will probably be the last encounter we get before town. And of course, it's
a big one.
It's this one.
Oh, no.
To sleep. Everyone to sleep.
Uh-oh.
So if we're running away from battle, sleep usually isn't that big of a deal unless everyone falls asleep, and then it's a big problem. We're going to lose a turn, all the monsters are going to attack, and our characters waking up doesn't happen with great frequency on the first attempt, so it's going to take us a couple of turns before anyone wakes up.
Yeah, and additionally, when you fail to run away, not every enemy is guaranteed to act. It's guaranteed that one enemy will act, but not everyone. But if you're sleeping, every enemy is taking a turn.
Okay.
So
we avoided a bigger disaster, but it'll be a smaller setback instead of a major one. But honestly, dying in that cave there were worse places to wipe out on anyway, so.
For sure.
So we're walking around with a couple of caskets. How do we bring our friends back?
We go to the local church and we give them a nice donation of money, and they say, "Welcome back."
Yeah, that's actually almost entirely the only way we're going to revive. A lot of other games feature, items where you can revive party members or magic, and those things exist in Dragon Quest, but not nearly with the frequency that they do in some other RPGs. Reviving characters is generally not easy or convenient to do, But if characters die, characters die. It's part of the run.
And in some games, it's very expensive to do. In this game, it's pretty lenient in terms of money, but
Yeah, I believe it's level squared, rounded up to the nearest 10.
Yep.
So everybody costs 10 gold until they reach level 4.
Right.
So it's pretty affordable.
Later on, we will have a single revival item or 2, hopefully, for the final boss. And if you're playing casually, some characters
Bravo.
do get revival spells that they can use, but we will not be getting them in this run.
Yeah, it requires too much experience points, too much time to earn that many levels.
Yep. So all we did there was we took the inn to heal up and revive our characters, and now we have to go through a really scary walk. So I'm going to actually force an encounter before I leave this.
Or maybe not.
Maybe not. Suddenly attacks. Okay. So yeah, I'm hoping to get to the next town of Asalam, and hopefully not wipe before I get there, because it's really the most unfortunate place to wipe. And then I will be walking towards the magic pyramid to get the magic key. So it's the upgrade to the thief key. Somebody's poisoned. I don't have any way of dealing with that, but triple run fail.
Ambush triple run fail. Classic plus.
Yeah.
Yikes.
So yeah, all this area is monsters that we are not high enough level to be fighting.
In this area near Romilly, the monsters are strong. As we head towards Ashalam, they're going to get even stronger. And as we get closer and closer to the magic key, they're going to get even stronger.
This fight's fine, usually. They usually cast Stop Spell. They have like an 80% chance of casting Stop Spell in their first action, and then they'll start attacking me. But this is usually one of the safer fights. Not exactly sure how I'm going to deal with my hero being poisoned here.
Yeah. Free run, good.
Nice.
I think the answer is going to be to cure him at the priest when I'm reviving my
I
other
was
character.
thinking that too, yeah.
Yeah. I think you can buy antidotes in this town.
But you can't buy medical herbs.
Right.
If you need more medical herbs, you got to remember to
Bravo.
buy them in Romilly before you head out here. Otherwise, you can run out and get in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, so I'm going to loot that moth powder, and that's going to sell pretty well here. Let me buy a fur hood. And I'm also going to sell Hero's Copper Sword. A bit of extra cash.
The hero doesn't need a sword.
No. He'll be getting a better sword. Eventually. But not immediately.
Yeah, since we're focused only on running away from monsters in this section, attacking is not really important. I don't think we mentioned it, but when we attempt to run away, the first time we try to run away is 25%, the second time is 50%, the third time is 75%, and the fourth time is a guaranteed 100%. Our encounter rate, our what monsters show up in the formations, and how quickly we can run away from them is the only determining factor in what we and how we can get through this part. So it is almost entirely dependent on RNG. It's one of the toughest RNG parts of this run, and specifically because there isn't a lot of options we have.
Okay. There are a couple of choices to get more safety equipment than I got, but it's a little slow and honestly doesn't provide that much safety. There's somebody dead already. Somebody else.
Dear.
All right. It's tempting to just turn around and walk back to town, but I'm not going to. Don't let them smell your fear. I think that's what a wise DQ speedrunner once said to me. What I will do, though, is so normally the plan here is to walk to the Magic Pyramid and attack the Magic Pyramid, but since I have characters that are dead, I'm first going to go to town, the next town of Isis, and try to revive them first. So I am gonna walk to the pyramid just to encounter cancel real quick, and then I'm going to head south to the town. There's like a 50 to 60% chance I get an encounter here. Last step. This is fine.
Perfect.
Everything's fine.
Everything's fine.
And this will also get me the return point. So
I was just about to say that. Yep.
Hitting the any of these grass tiles surrounding this lake will get me the Isis return point, and so that will, if I wipe out in the pyramid, will let me get back here more quickly.
Are there different depletion rates for nighttime as opposed to daytime?
I don't think so, but I'm not 100% certain.
Yeah, I know that there are different encounters, right?
Yes, the encounter formations will be different. There are some enemies in particular that only show up at nighttime, and some of the formations will be kind of different. But I think the general encounter rate is the same.
Yeah, I think this is the first Dragon Quest game that uses the day-night system, and it's not going to be...
DW4 uses day-night.
Oh.
I think you're going to be running that later on,
Yeah,
right?
well, yeah, but the original Dragon Warrior 3 had day-night, too.
Oh, okay, I see. Yeah, the original. I was thinking SFC.
But yeah, so the day-night cycle isn't too important for this run, for the most part. There's only a couple of times where we really actually want it to be night. Incidentally, this is one of those moments. We'll see it a little bit later.
Yeah. And I have kind of just enough steps to go to Isis and come back, and it's not going to ruin the cycle here. But if I do wipe out, one thing worth noting is the Chimera Wing will always set you to be daytime. So if I have to return somewhere, then I will have to waste time to make it nighttime. So we're really hoping to not wipe out here, but
I have to say that this area casually is frustrating.
It is. But it's got great music.
It does.
One of my two favorite non-boss themes in the game.
So I want to pick up something that you had mentioned just a moment ago about DW4 having the day-night cycle first. So does that mean that this game didn't come before that?
The NES version did. I was thinking this specific release as being, yeah, that's all.
Older, yeah.
Yeah. Just to mention that there are NES versions of these games, and that the version we're playing on the Super Nintendo right now is actually a remake.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this game is actually Japanese only, but I'm playing obviously on the English translation patch. I normally do speedrun this game in Japanese. The Game Boy Color version is available in English and is almost identical to this version. So, and then the newer mobile releases, Switch release, etc., are roughly based around this version also. Okay.
Ow.
Yeah, got a little roughed up there, but that's okay. There was a switch puzzle on this floor. We had to activate those switches in a specific order, and touching the stairs resets the puzzle. So we have to stay on this floor the entire time to do this puzzle, which means we're guaranteed to see monsters, and monsters are pain.
Okay, there's the magic key. That's
hard part's over.
Yep. One of the things I was most worried about for this run was getting this smoothly, so.
And relatively speaking, this is fairly smooth.
Yeah.
Even though we needed to take some backup strategies, even though a couple of characters are dead, if we can make it back to town from here, then we're in honestly fantastic shape.
Yep. And if I wipe out here, it's not the end of the world. There is one more item I want to pick up in this pyramid before I leave. If I die before getting it, then I will need to skip buying a shield. But looks like we should be fine.
I can't.
Good.
Bravo.
Bravo. And now we hope we make it back to Isis. Otherwise, we have to do some day-night stuff. But if we wipe out here, it's not the end of the world. Let's see. Flamepedes, this is one of the better fights to get, I guess. They tend to take a lot of healing resources because they use these AoE abilities, but they're not as likely to kill somebody. So
Yeah.
Second encounter, that's quite rare.
That's
Wow.
really... Oh, never mind.
It's fine.
Oh, nice.
They didn't see me. We're nice and sneaky.
We just walked right past them.
I'm a master at sneaking in video games.
All right.
So we're entering the castle for Isis here, and there's a treasury here that we can unlock with that magic key. And if you come here during the day, there are guards kind of blocking it off. But at nighttime, we can just come in and loot these nice little treasure chests. And there'll be another thing, outside of the treasury that we can also pick up here in a moment.
Bravo.
That last chest is a tiny medal. We will not be collecting any of those in this speedrun.
Mm-hmm. Some Dragon Quest speedruns,
Bravo.
and like Dragon Warrior 4, we do want the small medals, the tiny medals from time to time, but this run, the items we get are not helpful.
Bravo.
Once more?
Bravo.
Nope, no
Oh.
bravo
Oh, no.
for that one.
No bravo for money?
Nope.
Well, that just tells you need to find items in life and not money.
Yeah, exactly.
Life advice by DQ3.
And then we're going to come up here and talk to the queen. And she tells you she can't really help us, but check around and bravo.
Bravo.
Yeah, that's another sequence that can only happen at night. The Queen of Isis is normally a save point. The kings and queens of this world are usually our functional save points for the most part. But at nighttime, we can get that wizard ring.
Yeah, and wizard rings are normally a really valuable item to use. They can restore your magic power when used as an item, which is the only way to restore your MP kind of outside of an inn or a revival. And we're going to sell it.
Yep.
It's worth a lot of money, and I would rather have this nice helmet.
The iron helmet. Perfect.
We'll buy a second helmet.
I know that in this game in particular, with the personality system, there are some items that if you wear them, they change your personality, right?
Correct. And we will be getting the first one of those very shortly. Don't worry too much about the personality stuff normally from the items. The items that we equip they're both really good items, and they give you usable personalities, so it's not something I normally think about when doing the run, but yeah, we'll be using the hero ring and the rockstar ring, and both of those are items that will have that effect. And I'll specifically be trading them around or unequipping them at certain points to not have that effect at certain points.
So while we stock up on supplies here, is this a decent time to pass it over to the host for anything?
Absolutely.
Absolutely. So while Hack makes a couple awesome donations to revive his party members, we have some awesome donations on our end here, with Jason the Roast donating $500.
Oh, thank you.
Ooh, very nice. Thank you.
Huge donation. Thank you so much. Now, what's following up with that, he also donated an additional $300. So in total, $800 donations from Jason the Roast. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
That's incredible.
We have another huge donation from Millie T. Fox, $250. Thank you very, very much for that donation. And we have $200 from Spock Rocket, sponsored by the Sargem Island Travel Bureau.
Iron Man, okay.
That was amazing.
Yes, thank you very much. So I just had to check my thief's personality there. There's a book down here that's a personality changing. Oh, not an equipable, but a one-time personality change thing.
Bravo.
And I will be using this immediately on my thief to give them a different personality.
Fearless.
If I had a tough guy, I would not use it, but my warrior has an agility seed too. Let's just use that. Okay. Now we're going to go back to the starting town, Alihan. And we're going to loot the treasury there, too. Because we got this nice, shiny key. I mean, we may as well use it and get as much stuff as we can, right?
I like that we just walk into these treasuries, loot them, and then go sell the items.
I mean, this king gave us like $50, and he's like, oh, you're the hero. Go do stuff. And we're like, that $50 isn't enough, so...
He's had these chests sitting around. He should have given us this treasure to start the adventure. We'd had a much easier time, you know?
Don't give us the treasure. I'm just going to go take it anyway.
We have to earn it. That's the deal.
Fair. I like that this guard is just standing in here and he does not mind. He's like, oh, you unlocked the door? I guess you deserve it.
Okay, get some more stat seeds to use here. Give the hero ring to my thief. Traveler's clothes to the thief. Rune staff to the mage. And the silk robe to the mage. And then we're going to take one last trip back to Isis here. There's one more very key item that I need to pick up.
Yeah, if you've been paying close attention to what we purchased basically lots of armor to greatly improve our character's defense power. That's what we use all this money for. And that's going to make us a lot more durable against a lot of the enemies that we're going to be facing in a little bit.
Yeah, and we'll be using some of that armor for the entire game.
Mm-hmm.
So... Also, this accessory that I'm about to pick up is a very important accessory
Bravo.
that we'll be using the entire run, the Starry Ring, or Meteorite Armband. But there's some ghost here, and he's like, hey, did you wake me up? And we're just like, nah. Okay.
Never mind then.
Just kind of pieces out. If you say yes, he like gives you a longer spiel.
Yeah, he commends your honesty and decides to let you have it anyway.
Yeah, exactly.
But it's faster to lie to him, so we do.
So we're going to equip that meteorite armband. So if anybody is used to like the DQ series, the Starry Ring or the meteorite armband is an accessory which in this game doubles your agility. And agility correlates both to your turn order and also your defense power. So the Boyer will have higher defense and also typically act first in battle.
Yeah, more likely to go sooner in battle. There's always a heavy RNG factor that goes into the turn order, so it's never in any way predictable, or truly predictable anyway, completely predictable. There are no guarantees.
Yeah, a 0 agility monster can outspeed a 255 agility player character. It's very rare, but there are no guarantees.
It's not lumps, and it's first try run.
It's not lumps. Or the birds.
I don't like the birds either,
Yeah,
but the lumps
they
are...
hit twice. And all right, so we're going to sell this ruby ring that we picked up. This is worth a lot of money. I waited to sell it in case I died here. So if you die in this game, you just kind of get sent back to the last place you saved or whatever, and you lose half your gold. So I waited to sell it so I didn't risk losing half my gold on the way here.
Mm-hmm. We did get an encounter close to Portoga, and while it's not always the most common thing to happen, there are very deadly monsters that can show up in those formations. So we got a little fortunate there that it was in first try runaway.
So I tidied my inventory, which puts all of my unused stuff in the bag, or at least unimportant items in the bag. And now I'm going to be stocking up a couple characters on medical herbs, and I'll pick up this strength seed.
Nice.
I don't always get this one, but since we got through the pyramid nice and quick, we'll come here and grab this.
Bravo.
There are a lot of optional stat seeds, strength seeds, agility seeds, life seeds that you can choose to pick up or not, depending on your risk tolerance. I will be picking up almost all of them. I'll skip some of the agility seeds, but I'll be picking up every life seed I can and most of the strength seeds.
Mm-hmm. The strength seeds we're going to give to the hero pretty much right away. Remember, strength increases his attack power, so the hero being our main damage dealer for much of the later parts of the game, we're going to want him to have as much strength as possible. The life force nuts, the HP seeds, we're going to hang on to these until the very end of the game. We'll talk about them a little bit more later, but for now, we're just going to hang on to them. The way the game does HP and things, the HP seeds actually kind of don't really do much in the long term. They're more short-term gains. But the other stat seeds, strength, stamina, agility, those are going to be more permanent. So we can just go ahead and use those right away.
I'm going to loot one more treasury here, and now we're off. So I bought a steel sword for the warrior and steel whips for the hero and the thief. The whips will hit an entire group of enemies. So we now we got the armor, now we got weapons, and now we can begin actually fighting monsters. And typically you can kind of decide of like what you want to fight versus what you want to run from during this. I'll be fighting almost everything. The little XP isn't going to be could end up making a difference. So
yeah.
But in the town of Romilly, if we had wandered around there and started talking to people, the king of Romilly would be telling us about how his crown was stolen by a band of thieves, and he wants us to get his crown back. So that's what we're kind of going to do.
Kind of.
Also, the other king told us that he would give us his boat for some pepper.
Yep.
Seems like an even trade to me.
Yeah, the town of Portoga seems to be lacking in pepper, but their people like it a lot. Let's get paralyzed. So here you can see the power of the whips, where it can take out an entire group very efficiently.
Yeah, this is a really interesting and exciting part of the run. Our character levels are quite low, but our weapons and armor are way better than what the game expects us to have at this point. So we still actually end up being pretty powerful for this region, but since our levels are low, we rapidly start leveling up. When you play a Dragon Quest game casually, at least in my experience, you tend not to level up like after every single fight. But yeah, somebody's probably gonna level up in our party pretty much after every single battle.
Yeah. These crabs are pretty slow to kill. They've got really high defense, so if they showed up alone, I would fight them, but when they show up in groups like this, it's just not worth it.
Yeah, and if for whatever reason our character did die, it would be very inconsequential. There's a church right there.
There, yeah. This is the fastest church in the game to revive at, so might even be coming here later potentially if characters die for a revival. Grab another Fur Hood for a little bit of extra
Bravo.
defense power and a Life Seed. Thinking about who needs this Fur Hood. Alright, so that's all we're stopping in there for. Get the return point, loot a couple items, and then we're going to head off to Champagne Tower here, which is where the thieves are that stole Romilly's crown. Take some more fights along the way. These dogs aren't too bad. Usually we can take them out in one round.
Yeah, any formation where it's just monsters in one formation all together, one type of monsters all together in the same formation, it's usually a pretty good idea to fight it.
Okay, I learned upper. So, Diener, do you want to talk a little bit about spell learning?
Yeah, sure. The mage just learned the upper spell at level 4, and Haktical was paying close attention. I was watching carefully too to see if she learned it, because learning upper is actually not guaranteed at level 4. It's a chance. There are two types of spell learnings. Spells fit into two different categories when it comes to learning them. Some of them are each spell has a level requirement for the respective class. Once you reach that level, it's a chance to learn. Some spells, after a couple more level ups, you're going to be guaranteed to learn that spell. Other spells, it's a 50-50 chance every time you level up, whether or not you learn this spell. So, for example, the upper spell, its minimum level for a mage is level 4. So there's a 50-50 chance that the mage learns upper at level 4. If the mage did not learn upper at level 4, then there'd be a 50-50 chance at level 5 to learn it, and then at level 6, and then at level 7, and then at level 8, on and on and on, until eventually this mage would statistically learn upper. Technically not possible, or technically possible to never ever learn it, but statistically that's not going to happen.
Right.
At level 5, the next spell that the mage can learn is called Ice Bolt. And Ice Bolt is a 50-50 chance to learn at level 5, but you're guaranteed to learn it on level 6 if you didn't learn it at level 5. It's the other type that you're going to get it sooner, eventually, after an additional level up or two. Technically, there's a little bit more rule set that has to do with intelligence thresholds and some other stuff like that, but it's kind of beyond worth talking about it in that sense. Just know that at certain levels we might learn magic spells and we might not, and that definitely affects our strategies, in particular for this boss fight we've coming up here. Depending on whether we learn upper, Ice Bolt, both, or neither, we kind of have some different strategies.
Exactly. Got revenge for Clear Tonic on the Rogue Knight.
Clear Tonic special.
So Clear Tonic ran this game in 2016 at RPG Limit Break, and that's sort of what led both me and Diener here to learning the speedrun. So very influential run, very influential runner in bringing Dragon Quest to the Western audience, or the Japanese Super Famicom games in particular.
Yeah, Clear Tonic was a real pioneer for us out in the West as well. This speedrun is incredibly popular and competitive in Japan, but outside of Japan, it was a little bit more mysterious. But he spent a lot of work learning as much as he did about the game and routing it basically for the rest of us. So he really kind of paved the way for runners like me and Haktical here. So always want to give him a lot of credit.
Yeah, so we're going up to the first boss here, Kandar 1. He comes with 3 henchmen. They have 60 hit points each. He's got a lot more. They kind of ignore targeting rules. We'll talk more about targeting rules afterwards. I want to heal everybody up here to full, but basically they can focus fire down my back characters, which is somewhat unusual, and we hope doesn't happen. And Kandar himself also has a crit chance, 1 in 64 crit chance, 1 in 8 to do a crit animation, and then that's got a 1 in 8. You'll notice when he raises his axe over his head and stuff. So, because I don't have Ice Bolt, I'm going to focus all 3 characters on one single henchman, which should kill them out, kill it in 1 turn, and I'm going to have the mage upper herself.
What does upper do?
Oh, it doubles the defense power of whoever you use it on. So It's a single target spell that's going to double the defense of whoever you use it on. So if they had 50 defense and you hit them with upper, it goes up to 100. Defense power can be increased up to 4 times its maximum value via this. So you could, in theory, use upper on someone 3 times to quadruple their defense power. But that's going to be pretty overkill here. We're going to probably try to hit at least everyone in our party with upper 1 time.
Yep. Just kind of waiting for these henchmen to die.
Mm-hmm.
This is one of many battles that was very difficult for me casually when I played this game.
Yeah, the bosses in this game are really big difficulty spikes compared to what you fight for random encounters throughout the game. That's kind of just a general rule that will continue out through this entire run. Especially at Speedrun, we're obviously going to be, even with whatever grinding we'll be doing later, we're going to be lower level than you'd expect it to be during a casual playthrough. So, you know, we're doing this at level 5 to 6. So,
yeah, this fight can go in a lot of different directions. Looks like we got a pretty stable Kandar 1 here. He's defending on this turn, which reduces his incoming damage, but just slows things down a little bit. It's probably better than him attacking for a lot of damage.
And I
nice.
didn't actually see a crit.
no, I didn't see him do the crit animation either. So, that's excellent. We get a bunch of level ups.
Yeah.
It's very important that the mage survives this fight. I say important, the mage dies a lot in this fight.
Like half the time.
You really want the mage to survive to try to learn the fireball spell. So when the mage gets the level ups at the end of this, I'm going to be watching closely to see if she learns fireball. That's an area of effect. Hits an entire group.
Yeah,
fire
same
spell.
as the whips.
Yep. And I think at level 7 is when she can start learning that. So
Yep.
there's the ice bolt spell. And no fireball at 7. No fireball at 8. Okay.
Okay.
We'll make it level 9 on the way, so it's not a huge deal. And if we don't have it, we don't have it.
Yep.
But there's the crown.
Thanks.
Crown.
Bye, Crown.
Yep. Yeah, so for this version of Dragon Quest III, in order to do the section we're about to do next, we have to do this part first. The story doesn't advance correctly unless we at least defeat Kandar 1 in Champagne Tower.
Yeah.
In the original NES version, you can entirely bypass it. You don't have to do it at all, but...
Getting an encounter in this short walk is pretty unusual.
Yeah.
I mean, you say Kandar 1, but he said he was going to stop being bad, so he's never going to get in our way again, right?
Yeah, he says that, but...
He's definitely reformed.
He's definitely reformed.
He's not going to show up in another Dragon Quest game and be a meanie head either.
Absolutely not.
So we got a letter from the King of Portoga earlier to give us permission to pass through this cave because that's where the pepper is found. So we're going to come through this cave and show the guy the letter, but first we're going to drop down into this well.
In the cave.
In the cave for some reason. And
Bravo.
hey, there's a life knot. The rarely seen life knot.
Yeah, that's one of the first ones I think I started cutting out.
Yeah, same.
There's some life force nuts here that we're getting. Some of them are out of the way. Some of them are basically in our path and require like no extra time to get out of the way. So it can be a thing that you do as you start learning this run, playing this run more. You kind of adjust a little bit, and you get a feel for like what you do or don't want for yourself. It's really there's a lot of room for you as the runner to kind of adjust how you want to play the game. Haktical said earlier, if we were playing PB attempts or something like that, we wouldn't play with some of the strategies that we're using, but when we're doing a race or marathon setting like this, we want to make sure we give ourselves every opportunity to finish the game and also to make sure we have like efficient contingency strategies too.
Yeah, exactly. And stat growth in this game tends to be somewhat volatile. You know, you'll always be within a somewhat given range near the end of the run, but you're not guaranteed to have the stats that you want, and getting these extra seeds just gives you that extra little bit of wiggle room. And even though you might roll a 2 or a 3 on an HP seed, I promise you it's worth it sometimes. So this is the first use of the Expel spell that the hero learned after that last fight. that removes an enemy from combat. You do not get the experience for defeating the enemy, but you don't have to fight it either. And those wolves are pretty weak to it. It's a 75% chance to hit them. And there'll be a few other enemies throughout the run that we'll be using that on. 4 hunter flies. So these hunter flies can be a little scary. They have fireball. One of them used it on me before, so it hits your entire group. But with the whips, this actually is pretty good experience points, so I'm not too worried about it. They can also very rarely drop a Cloak of Evasion, which would be extremely nice, but it's a pretty rare drop.
Yeah, this region has, I think the monsters are quite powerful, but we're powerful too. So as long as we stay on the offense, we can usually clear encounters pretty reasonably.
Yeah, I am hoping that my mage gets level 9, so that way I got a chance at learning Fireball, but we'll see. We're going to sell this rune staff that the mage has been using. The rune staff is actually a pretty powerful weapon. The mage has been a pretty good physical damage dealer until now, but we need to sell it in order to afford these magic shields, which are pretty good defense and also give us resistance to magical attacks. So we're buying 3 of them for our party. Everybody except the warrior is getting 1. And that's one of the things about the Dragon Quest series in general, is that resistance to magical effects or breath attacks or things like that is often as valuable or more valuable, usually more valuable than actual like defense stat.
Especially as we get further along in the game, the breath attacks become more powerful, and frankly, physical attacks, well, for most things, are not quite as bad.
Yeah, so here in the town of Baharata, we're going to talk to this old man, and he tells us that Gupta's girlfriend has been kidnapped. So Gupta decides that he needs to run off to save her. And so we need to go save both of them now.
He's not the hero, we are.
Exactly.
But first, we're going to take a nap.
Always nap. Oops. Pass this iron shield over. And wing out of here, even though it's like 5 steps out of town. And we're going to head off to this nearby cave, which looks like a place that kidnappers could bring their hostages. We'll probably get 1 fight here, which is fine. We're going to actually fight the anteaters first. These anteaters can do a lot of damage. Or they can run away. I'm okay with that.
Yeah, we don't really need to fight enemies here, but we'll see this in a few different places. Fighting enemies can often be a lot safer than trying to run away from them.
Yeah, and what I'm really hoping for is I'm really hoping this puts this mage to 9.
Level up, yeah. I forgot about that.
Only because I didn't learn Fireball. It did not, okay. Oh.
That's okay.
Yeah.
Fireball is really helpful for both these upcoming boss fights, but if you don't have it, you don't have it. It wouldn't be the first time, and I don't think it's going to be the last.
No. Usually that happens when the mage dies, though, and just like doesn't learn it. But
and that's a common enough occurrence that we have strategies for any contingency here. So.
Yeah. Strategy is not use Fireball. Gonna pick up the Stamina Seed. This one's a little out of the way, but kind of a fun one to pick up.
Yeah, I like that one. I load up on stat seeds. I really like the stat seeds. I think that they're pretty beneficial.
Yeah, for sure.
But if you're really going for a top tier time, you're probably better off just hoping your stats are just naturally good.
Yeah, I mean, you spend, like, getting these 4 chests over here and using these seeds, this is like a 25 to 30 second detour to pick up these 4 stat seeds. You know, add in all those other ones I've been picking up that are more out of the way, and you can spend minutes picking up stat seeds in the run, and if you're going for a top time, you just can't. Yeah. Strength Seed, Wisdom Seed. I realize I never switched my accessories back. That's fine. Because I don't need to switch them now.
Yep. Okay, so we're going to fight 4 henchmen here. These ones are actually together in the same formation, which makes the whips particularly powerful, but it also makes the fireball spell powerful, which is why it would have been really helpful to have here.
Okay, defense, so it hit 2 and 3. So they lowered my defense. Stop spell hit 2 of them. That's really nice. They cast a spell that lowered my defense, and this game has a, I'll call it a glitch, a trick, I guess, where you can... Oh, I double tap down there.
Oops.
That's not great. That's fine. Where you can reset that by using equipping an item in combat, and it kind of recalculates your defense.
Yeah, it forgets to check if you've been affected by things like defense or increase. It just resets your defense power back to normal. It does so with your agility, too, if your agility's been modified by a spell or ability.
Yep.
That's really nice to know.
Okay, so we had to use a couple more herbs than I would have liked because of that little menu mishap, but we're fine here. Back to casting Ice Bolts. These guys can cast Heal More, which will heal quite a bit of their HP, but with 2 of them stop spelled, that makes them that much less likely to do that.
Nice.
No Heal More, so we're good.
Yep.
I will trade a couple herbs back to characters since
It's not a bad idea. I've gotten caught running out in the Kandar 2 fight here, so...
Not a deal. Just fill up. No big deal.
Yep.
And then, oh look, Gupta also got captured. Big surprise.
Shocking.
So we'll let them out, and then they can
Oh, Tanya.
go live happily ever
Do a
after.
little dance here.
Finally go home together.
Together. We should just give them the wyvern ring. Wing.
I know, right? But if you use that in here, you'll bonk your head, and that kind of hurts.
Oh, fair.
And hey, who's this guy?
Kandar. Not again.
Not you again.
That's what we're saying, not you again. So he comes with 2 henchmen this time, and they're like the powered-up henchmen we just fought. So they have defense and heal more. We want to get rid of them first. We can't use defense increasing spells ourselves because the defense spell will just cancel it out. So we want to get rid of them first before we do anything else, pretty much.
And I'm going to be a little bit careful here with HP line for that fireball and everything, but we should be fine here. 1 and 2. Trying to keep track of who's getting hit with the defense spell so I can reset them. Start Ice Bolting on Kandar. I should actually start casting Upper, but we'll do an Ice Bolt for this one. It's fine. So I mentioned earlier in Kandar 1 that they ignore targeting rules, and I didn't really explain that, but the gist is that characters from left to right, or front to back, however you want to look at it, are more likely to be targeted if they're in the front of your party. So the frontmost member, in the warrior in this case, CJ, is 40% chance to be targeted, and then 30, and then 20, and then 10% for most regular physical attacks. So magical spells will ignore that, and certain enemies like Kandar 1 will also ignore that. But Kandar 2 uses a normal targeting pattern, so.
There was a critical attack animation there. You saw he raised the axe over his head.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that has a 1 in 8 of scoring a critical hit. If it is a critical hit, the critical hits in Dragon Quest games, they ignore defense power, and Kandar here is so powerful that if he does score a critical hit, it's pretty much guaranteed that a character will die.
Yeah.
Which is, you know, it's not good, but considering how the fight's gone and where we're in the position right now, this is a pretty stable fight from here. Haktical should just be able to continue attacking, heal where he needs, and end this fight. Kandar does have a lot of HP, and our damage output isn't terrific, but we'll grind him down without too much trouble from here.
Yeah, this fight can be really bad if your hero gets crit on like turn 1 or turn 2 or something, and then you risk running out of resources.
Yeah.
But we're almost done with this.
Yep. Good fight there.
It was very important that I also keep 8 MP on my mage. That's why I stopped casting spells, because the mage will learn the outside spell, which lets you leave a dungeon immediately, and you need 8 MP to cast it. So you're guaranteed to, should be guaranteed to learn that by level 10, which the mage should hit from this fight. So there's Fireball and there's Outside. And if I don't, then like I spend the 40 seconds walking out, and then I get lost walking out because I never. Oops, I need to tell him yes.
Thou must.
But thou must.
But thou must.
And Gupta knows the way out, though.
All right. See you, Gupta. See you, Tanya.
Yeah, the locals know the area much better than we do.
They just go hang out in this kidnapper cave.
And I'm going to cast Outside and use a wing, and they're still going to beat me back to town. They must know some shortcut. But we're going to talk to Gupta now. And he's like, oh, it's you.
It's me, Gupta.
We sell black pepper. And here, you can have some. It's free. It's like, thanks. That's
Perfect.
the least you can do.
I need it for a boat.
Almost turboed through that on accident.
All right, now that we've got the black pepper, we can make our exchange to the King of Portoga, which is what he asked us to do, to go get the pepper.
Yeah, and then we're going to be doing a little bit of a world tour. So typically in Dragon Quest games, it's pretty common that when you get the boat or flying or whatever, usually the boat, you kind of just make a trip around the world and you go to a bunch of towns, you pick up a bunch of return points, you pick up a bunch of items that could be useful, stuff in chests, various shops that sell certain items, and we will be doing a lot of that. So I'm actually going to pass it over to Ellie for a few minutes.
Big time. Thank you very much. Hack, as we have donations that rolled in during this run, we do have some great news to share. Number one, you will be grabbing the catsuit.
Yes. Excellent.
And woo! And number two, you will be singing at the end of the run.
I hope everybody knows what they're asking for.
We have successfully met the donation incentives for this run, but do keep in mind we do have more donation incentives, such as naming the main character for our next run. So big shout outs to our donators for supporting RPG Limit Break, for supporting Nami. I'm going to read off a couple of donations here, if you don't mind. We have a message from a good old friend that you might know, from PM920, who says, "Best of luck, Haktical. Awesome to see DQRTA at Limit Break. Hope you all have a great week in Utah. Good luck getting that 50-50.
Thanks, PM.
Must have Hack singing full blast on his mic."
Thanks so much, Purple Mario. Good to hear from you.
Grimora says, who donates $25, Grimora says, "This run needs more goof-offs."
Always more goof-offs.
I'm still trying to figure out how to route the goof off into the speed run.
We
I
have
believe in you.
$25 from Zatoriak, says, "Love me some DQ3. Go get him, Haktical. Good
Thank
luck, Zoma." We have $10 from Mendelika. "Thank you for all the runners for the awesome event so far. It's always great to see DQ get some love. Good luck." Got a $25 from Anonymous. Thank you very much for your donation. $25 from Kanban Mayo, saying, "Day one, 8K hype."
Yeah,
Excellent.
keep them coming.
We have $15 from Cap, saying, "Mental health is so important." Thank you, Captain.
Absolutely. Thank you all for the donations.
Yeah, really excited that we met those incentives. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
I think it's so funny that wherever we'll use a wyvern wing to, our boat follows us.
It does, yeah. Prevents you from getting stranded.
Yeah, it's definitely nice, but it's just kind of silly to think about how this happens.
Yeah. There are definitely cases in some Dragon Quest games where that can be very good or sometimes not always great. DQ2 is a good example. So yeah, we're just doing a little world tour here. We're getting the red orb, so this is the first
Orb.
the first of 6 orbs that we'll be getting in this run.
Orb.
If you kind of go around and talk to people in these various towns, they'll give you the gist that we can bring these 6 orbs to a certain place, and it'll do something cool later on. And we'll talk about it more when we get there. But that red orb is the first of them that we're picking up.
Yeah, it's probably going to be a while before we see more of the color orbs, but since they don't really do anything until we collect all 6 of them, there's no reason to rush and go get them. We'll get them when it's convenient to get them. So that red orb is right there, kind of along the way. Well, we have to get it eventually, and we want the heavy metal ring actually as part of that too. So
not the bolt staff because I equipped it. It's fine. What's the bolt staff? It just went last. Okay, never mind. All right, so this is the town of Dharma. This will be very useful later. I'm actually going to make a quick detour in here, though. There's a little NPC over to the side. That's not normally seen in a speedrun, but this is a naming person. They let you rename characters. So I'm going to tell them I want to rename somebody, and I'm going to have them rename the bag. And that's okay. Everybody makes mistakes. But we are going to name the bag Nami. So now instead of having a bag...
Give Nami your blessing.
Yeah. And that'll be like that for the rest of the run. So that NPC is sort of out of the way. A lot of people don't know that that NPC is even there, and if they do, they don't know that you can rename the bag. So feel free to have fun with that in your casual playthroughs.
This was so silly, but I love it.
I think DQ6 or DQ7. DQ7, I think, also lets you do that. The one I think I'm thinking of. Mad Condor. Okay, we don't like running into these guys. They can cast the Disperse ability here, which will could send a party member out of my party all the way back to the front bank, and I'd have to go back and pick them up.
That's inconvenient.
It's like worse than dying. It's so far out of the way to go get your character back, and it removes all the unequipped items out of their inventory too. It's
Exactly.
very inconvenient. There aren't too many enemies that'll have this disperse spell, Limbo, but those enemies that do have it are pretty nasty. So
this town here, we use the invisibility herb that I picked up to sneak past the guard to get into it, and we picked up 2 valuable items in those dressers there, and then we have a little puzzle down here. Push these rocks around very carefully. Don't push them into the water.
It's very inconvenient if you push them into the water.
Have to reset the puzzle.
Very nice.
perfect.
Bravo.
Hang on.
True bravo. The reward.
There it
Bravo.
is.
A thirsty pitcher. So we'll be seeing that used a little bit later. It's got one specific use. In the meantime, I'm going to trade around some of this equipment that I just picked up. That's not the right person. And then I just swapped accessories back. Strength seed. The English patch is a little bit of a bug where the town of Sioux does not actually draw the name here on this menu, but you can still return here. Doesn't cause any issues. And then we're going to do a little shopping. We're going to sell some outdated equipment, or soon-to-be outdated equipment. Get rid of the fur hoods. Get rid of the warrior shield. And I'm going to sell that suit that I just picked up. And we're going to buy, at this shop, 2 poison needles, which are weapons that will do a guaranteed 1 damage in combat, which might not sound like much, but we'll see the use for it later, and also have a small chance of instantly defeating an enemy in battle. So they'll have a very specific use coming up shortly. And then we're going to buy a silver barrette for our mage. And then we're going to stack up on poison moth powders. And these will be used for the grind that we're about to do. And so the upcoming grind here is going to be for metal slimes. So if anybody's familiar with the DQ series, you are familiar with metal slimes. And metal slimes in this game can have 3 to 4 hit points and You only do 0 or 1 damage to them. You will always do 1 damage with the poison needle. And they have a high chance, like a 50% chance or so, of running away. And so we got a couple strategies to defeat them. The poison needle is one of them, of course, but also these moth powders. So you can use the moth powders on the metal slimes, which will confuse them. And a confused metal slime won't run away if there are other enemies on the field. Or you can confuse other enemies that show up with the metal slimes to attack the metal slime. And we are going to be doing both of those things to try to optimize our grinding. And so we're going to this nearby tower, and there's 1 floor of the tower, or 2 floors of the tower, where the metal slimes show up in pretty high numbers. So I'm going to heal up here before I go in, see what everybody's max HP is. Hero's doing all right. Mage is a little low. Thief's doing all right.
Yeah.
Warrior's okay. So for this grind, we're going to have... This grind is going to be split up into 2 sections. So the total grind that we're about to do is going to be about half an hour, hopefully. And it's going to be split into 2 sections. The first section is going to be the goal of getting the Thief to be level 20. And I don't want to go much over level 20, so I'm going to be very careful with that experience at the end. But at level 20 in this game, you can change your class. And so that's sort of a key threshold for when you're playing this game. So we're going to get the Thief level 20, and then we're going to change their class into a Sage. And the Sage is sort of a restricted class, so if you have a goof-off, as our good friend Grimora mentioned, the goof-off can directly turn into a Sage and become pretty powerful. But anybody else needs to get the Book of Satori in order to turn into the Sage, and conveniently there's 1 of those in this tower. So the first half of this grind is meant to get the Thief to 20, get the book, turn into a Sage. These first couple floors are just kind of junk encounters, but when we get up to the top, you'll know it, and we will see our little silvery friends.
Hack, as you start this grind, you have received a blessing from Clear Tonic, who donates $10, saying, "Good luck, Haktical, 50%.
Thank you very much, Tonic. Appreciated.
I like the idea that the goof-off can become the Sage instead of getting the Satori book, because it implies that the goof-off has already reached Zen.
Yeah. Exactly. Actually, I think in this translation it is just the Zen book. Or maybe in NES it's the Zen book.
I know in GBC it's Zen.
Maybe that's what I'm thinking of, yeah. Alright, so this is the first floor where the metal slimes start showing up. Gonna grind out an encounter before going up the stairs, and here they are. So 3 of them I'm not gonna throw any moth powders, because it's pretty likely that the other ones are gonna run away and it's not gonna do any good. So we're just gonna try to kill them. Again, they can have 3 to 4 hit points.
Nice.
Got the first one. So one thing worth noting is that in this game, experience is divided among living characters. So SUMDeaner.
Nice.
I was just about to say I was going to pledge $10 donation for every SUMDeaner we got here. There's one right now. That one only had 1 HP left, but it still counts.
It still counts. Yeah, so I don't remember what I was going for. Metal slimes, 3 to 4 hit points, run away. Yeah. We'll be seeing lots more of them. I'm going to be swapping weapons around in this grind quite a bit to switch between the whip on the Thief for fighting trash enemies and fighting the needle for fighting metal enemies. I do want to... This is a tricky fight because I do want to kill metal slimes, but I also want to kill the warrior, which I'm actually going to start doing now. The warrior has enough hit points. I just got 2 really good levels. I do not need the warrior to get any more hit points. So what I was talking about was XP. So it's divided among living party members. So metal slimes are worth like a little over 4,000 XP. And if there's 4 characters alive, they all get just over 1,000. If there's 3 characters, they'll get just over 1,300, etc. So we're letting the warrior die here to level up the characters that need the XP now, get the XP now.
Oh, that was too bad.
Yeah. Well, we got one at least. It's fine. I should have probably thrown 1 more powder, but sort of a balance of like you don't want to throw too many powders, but it's worth it if you get the metal slime from it.
Yeah. generally speaking, if we invest 1 moth powder and get 1 metal slime, that's a pretty good ratio. But the moth powder sometimes doesn't work on the metal slimes, and sometimes when it does work, it doesn't always amount to something productive.
Steel sword is good. I actually didn't need to trade moth powders at all. Reorder our party here. Put the thief in front.
Yeah, there's some menu micro optimizations with that, and this game is littered with these menu micro optimizations. When you run this game a lot, you wow, that was rough. Oh well. But
welcome to the DQ3 grind.
Mm-hmm.
Not sure if I switched to the sword yet or not. Yeah, there's a lot of, as Dina was saying, a lot of optimizations, a lot of decision making, a lot of little things to keep track of in this grind. Don't want that. I'm actually just going to immediately put that in the bag.
Yeah.
When you're learning this game in Japanese, if you don't speak Japanese, those random drops can actually really throw you off because you don't always know what monsters even drop. You don't know what the item might be. Mangetsu so, the full moon herb. Because you don't buy that item in the run. You never see it in the run unless you happen to get it as a drop. So here's a case where I'm using powder on both the metal slimes, trying to stop them from running away, and also on the Garuda to make them attack the metal slimes, and also fail at that, so. Throw another moth powder. That one on the right only has 1 HP, but it's gone. So that's another thing you can kind of get a feel for, is that when you attack a group of enemies with a single target thing, like a poison needle or a sword or something like that, they'll always target the enemy that has the lowest hit point. So from left to right. So if I'm attacking a metal slime on the right, you know it's got 3 HP and the one on the left has 4. Not really relevant for. It's not really anything you can do about it. It's just like a cool thing to keep track of and know. And sadly, we got none of those.
Yeah,
so.
That was also a pretty bad luck result.
And not off to the best to start here, but
yeah,
we'll see plenty more. They're showing up, which is a good sign.
Oh boy. Okay.
Shenron and the boys, as we like to say. So these sky dragons are 100% susceptible to expel, so they're not so bad. They do have a really strong breath attack, so we do want to make sure we get rid of them. They're worth a reasonable amount of XP, so if they show up alone like the last one did, I was able to kill it.
Bye.
I love the little bouncy sound effect the metal slimes make.
It's really cute.
nice. Nice. All right,
two.
that's 2. So that's something interesting we saw. Normally when we attack metal slimes, we only do 1 point of damage, but the other enemies can do more than 1 point of damage. Metal slimes can attack each other for 3 damage like that. Some of the other enemies, like the moths or Garudas, can do upwards of like 5, 6, 7 damage or so, which is an instant kill to a metal slime.
It's always been frustrating, like personally, when I've been in this tower and I confuse another enemy and they throw fire at the metal slimes.
Yeah, the moths will only do physical attacks, so they're the preferred target to moth powder. The Garudas can use fire, and then that's doesn't affect the metal slime, sadly. But confusing the Garudas can still be useful because they do a lot of damage with Firebane to your party. So even just not having to heal that up is actually really beneficial. So I got another barrette down here, or up there in that tower. No, don't fall off the rope. I was waiting to go up there until I had an open inventory slot on my thief. So that way the barrette would go immediately to their inventory when I picked it up, so they could just equip it in combat. Sort of a little menu optimization. That happens kind of a few times in this run where you reorder your party in order to pick up a chest and have it just immediately go to the person you want rather than having to trade it around afterwards. These Great Beaks are the worst enemy to fight in here because they take 2 actions and they're pretty slow.
And they never show up with metal slimes either. At least I've never seen it.
No.
By this point, how many times we've come up here and done this, I think it's safe to say they never show up with metal slimes.
Yeah. Unfortunately, since I'm still pretty low level and my HP is a little low, I need to be really careful about keeping my HP pretty high. So even if I'm only down like 15 HP, it's worth using an herb just to specifically guard against Sky Dragon plus 2 Garuda, 3 enemies that all have powerful AoE attacks and can really just take somebody out from full HP if you're unlucky.
I got one.
Got another one without using any moth powder, so we're kind of getting back to.
Yeah.
I know casually it's really easy to stay here and just grind forever. How do you set your limits for the grinds?
So the main point is that you need level 20 for class changing. That's the primary deciding factor. The second part of the grind, we're actually going to go to level 21 on the mage, and that's because there will be one specific spell that we need to learn. But it's basically what is the minimum we need to get the key tools that we need to be the next boss, basically. Right. So the sage that we'll be getting here will learn Heal More, which is a great healing spell, and then the mage will be learning the Buy Kill spell.
Yeah, it's important to note that when a character changes classes, they keep any spells or abilities they learned from the previous class. So what this is going to do, this is going to create us a sage who is used to be a thief. So it's a sage with thief spells. And one of them in particular, Tiptoe, is going to be very, 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 very useful. And then for our other character, our mage, she's going to job change into a warrior, a soldier class. So we'll have a soldier who can cast the mage line of spells, or at least some of them. This is really helpful because soldiers have way higher max HP and can equip much more powerful weapons and armor.
Yeah, so this is an interesting fight because you kind of have 2 approaches. You generally want to powder both the metal slimes and the moss, and you can choose to do 2 and 1 or 1 and 2. My opinion, the better play on this is to use 2 on the moss. It's more likely that they'll kill the metal slimes, and it speeds up the fight if it's successful. Okay, they both hit, but neither one was enough to kill metal slime.
Nice.
There's 3.
Nice.
Chomp.
That one's not going anywhere, though.
No.
Nice.
Should have put the whip back on the hero for that, but that's all right. There's 2 more. So the total experience value that I'm working towards on the thief here is just over 32,000, 32,202. So when you're seeing these numbers of 1,300 or something like that, just kind of keep in mind that that's what the final goal number is. So I'll check my experience a little bit when I get closer to it, just to make sure I don't go too far over. But it's like level 19 plus another 7,000 or so is sort of the threshold that I'll be looking for. After this fight, I'm going to another moth powder failure. It's a 75% chance to work, but getting kind of a lot of failures today so far.
It's been closer to 50-50.
Yeah. I'm going to trade some more moth powders over from the warrior because I'm like out on both the hero and the thief.
Yeah, and if it were a real problem, we could buy more.
Yeah.
It's not the most convenient to go out of our way and buy more, but if we have to buy more, we have to buy more.
Yeah. It's not that big of a deal. It's a town that we'll be going to in the middle of the grind section anyway, so it's pretty easy to get more.
Yeah, we should have no problems using our moth powder that we bought to get enough XP to do the first grind. And then we can buy more for the second grind if we need, but we'll be able to make that decision when we get there.
Yeah. And I still have tons of powder here on the warrior, so. My mage just learned the Blazemore spell, so that's also a useful spell for this grind. It can one-shot a Garuda, So if a single Garuda shows up, or sometimes even if there's two in certain formations, like this one here. Oops.
Wait for the needle to kill it.
Yeah.
Bang.
What's the chance for the needle kill?
1 in 8 or 1 in 16? I actually forget.
I also don't remember. It's one of those two.
I want to say it's 1 in 8, but I'm... I don't know. Not sure. It's got hot streaks and cold streaks, so... Although when Diener's around, it's always a hot streak. Sorry to interrupt you twice.
No, you're fine, you're fine. When you class change, are there any stats other than like the spells that are learned that are transferred over?
Yeah, so you keep half your stats. So if you have 50 strength, you end up with 25 strength after the class change, etc. There are stat caps. So you start back at level 1. So you'll be stronger level 1 than a newly created character, and you'll gain your full range of stats. But the first couple of levels, you won't really gain many stats because you'll kind of be at a soft cap. But before too long, you will start to get stats as you would normally.
Can you class change back into the class that you originally were? Like, can a soldier be a soldier again?
I don't think you can directly do it. I think you'd have to go to something else and then back. But I'm not positive of that.
Nice Pachishi ticket.
Yeah, so Pachisi is a little mini game that exists in this version. We will not be doing any Pachisi in the run, but that said, monsters do sometimes like to drop the Pachisi tickets for us.
Shout outs to Pachisi and that last board. That's really difficult to clear.
Yeah. Okay. I'm not going to use another powder on it, but... All right.
Nice.
Good chance of getting this one.
Nice.
Excellent.
Okay. So level 19, I'm going to check my XP now. I'm probably around the 25 or 26,000 range. But it kind of depends on how close I was to 19. 26.6, so I need 5,600 XP. So I'm going to kind of loosely be keeping track of that. I might check it again when I get closer. I'm not going to use a powder against single metal again here.
Hack, may I chime in with a couple of donations?
Absolutely.
Thank you. We have $20 from K Fizzle saying, hey, you know what I needed after last month's DQRTA? Some more Dragon Quest.
Absolutely.
We have $75 from Sindrina. Thank you very much,
Sindrina.
We have $10 from Airplane.
Airplane.
And Jason LaRose coming up with another big donation, $100. Thank you very much, Jason.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bravo.
Bravo.
We have $11 from Furret Skin saying, prizes. And then earlier in the run, we had a $10 donation from Freedom Pulse saying, gotta donate again for that sweet Heel Slime plushie. Good luck on the run, Haktical. Let's go, Bunny. I know, rest in peace, Bunny. But that Heel Slime plushie is pretty amazing. Please do check out the RPG Limit Break website. Check out that prize section. A lot of cool goodies there. An opportunity for you guys to win as you donate. We have a lot of incredible prizes this year. So please take a look at those.
Yes, and thank you, Freedom Pulse, for the donation.
So just a little bit longer, we're going to be finishing up this first grind.
One thing. I was going to get paralyzed, and I had to double check who was actually paralyzed. So these moths can be a little bit irritating because of that. It's not too big of a deal right now, but one thing to note is that in Dragon Quest, if all of your party members become paralyzed, it's actually effectively a wipe. It'll send you back, you'll lose half your gold. You won't have to revive your characters, but it will kick you out. So that can actually be an issue during this grind if you get really unlucky on these moths. And in the second part of the grind, we'll be letting our hero die off, and then it becomes even more of a risk because we'll only have 2 characters.
Yeah, when we have 4 characters, one of them getting paralyzed, that's only 25% of our party. But we only have 2 characters. One character getting paralyzed is a much bigger issue.
The Shadow Killer special fight. This one's always kind of a really complicated fight to deal with. But the answer is to get rid of the birds. Don't let them...
Bye.
Yeah. Don't let them firebane you, and then try to powder a moth so it tries to take out a metal slime. And it would have worked, but metal slimes decided to run away.
Yeah, that's, I think, like, the toughest encounter that has metal slimes in it.
Yeah. And they can show up in like different orders, like different counts of how many of each enemy shows up, and like just menuing it can feel really clunky sometimes. Okay, so I'm not going to use any powder here because I only want to kill one of these. If I kill 2, it's a small problem. Do not want to kill any more than 2, but really I just want 1. Okay, there's 1. So what I'm actually going to do here is use the Iron Eye spell on the hero, which makes you immune to damage for 3 turns, but the enemies still get their actions, and so it just gives the metal slime some time to run away. Learned that one from Diener over here.
Oh, I took it from Darko, so...
As is the way of the Zen book.
Zen book.
I don't know if I have any original strategies.
I'm also using Return with the hero here rather than using a Chimera Wing, and that's just to set my cursor memory on the hero, because I'll be using Return with the hero intentionally a lot more later on in the run, so I'm just going to get in cursor memory set that way now, and we'll change our Thief into a Sage here. Back to level 1.
And her hair gets longer and is purple.
Yeah, the Sage is very pretty looking. A nice stick.
So the Sage is a really special character. We talked about earlier how it's kind of gated behind needing one of these Zen books or going through the effort of being a goof-off. But the Sage is kind of a unique character in that she will learn spells from both the Cleric and the Mage line of spells. So she's kind of like a hybrid Cleric-Mage. But in addition, she also has access to some pretty reasonable weapons, has reasonable attack power compared to a Mage.
Good defensive equipment options.
So it's almost kind of like a super character in a way, and that's kind of why it's restricted. Having a party of entirely just Sages maybe isn't the very best thing in the game, but it can be very helpful to learn a diverse amount of spells on a bunch of different characters.
Yeah, and learns the spells at the same levels that the original classes would too. There's no penalty for being a Sage. You learn Mage spells at Mage levels.
Yeah. The only real downside, I would say, is that it generally takes more experience points for a Sage to level up, but yeah, if that's the worst thing.
So I'm coming over here to this town that, in the beginning of this game, there's a little, like before you, we didn't see it in the run, but like if you leave it on the opening screen, there's like a little, like intro kind of scene where you see the hero Ortega walking around and he stops by this town and he leaves his helmet here. And so we can go up and talk to those kids and they're like, oh, you're his son, you deserve his helmet, and you get Ortega's helmet. So it's an optional piece that is not at all required for the speedrun. I'm getting it to sell for extra money. It sells for a little over 6,000 gold.
I was just about to ask that.
And it's a pretty low time investment. It does have decent defense power, so I could use it on the hero and it would actually be an upgrade. It also gives some minor resistances to sap and maybe one other status effect. But
why equip what we can sell?
Exactly. And so here's the Thirsty Pitcher. This is the one that we got from that boulder pushing puzzle earlier. And that allows us into this island, which has the final key in it. Saigo no Kagi.
Saigo no Kagi. It just makes me think that the Thirsty Pitcher drinks that much of the ocean?
I know. Just going to do some accessory swapping here. Now that the first part of the grind is done. Put our whip back on and give the steel sword over to the Sage. And then we are going to give the hero ring to the hero. will then stay on for the rest of the game. That is one of the items that, as caeshura mentioned earlier, does a personality change when equipped, along with the Rockstar ring that I'm using now. It gives the Valiant personality, which is really good strength growth, but not as good of HP growth. Let's see. I should have put those not on the hero. I had to put those on the Sage. It's alright. Kind of want a little bit on both, so. Alright, and now we're going to head back to the tower and do the second part of our grinding. So, the hero, I can kind of let die at any point. Usually you want the hero to learn the stop spell, which I did not see if he learned it already or not. It's a chance to learn it at level 18, or you're guaranteed to learn it at 19. I don't really mind if I kill the hero off if there's a good opportunity without learning it. It's not that big of a deal, but it just kind of depends on what are the fights that we're getting.
There's a good use of Blazemore. It'll one-hit kill either the ram or the beak. In this case, getting rid of the beak is a great option, and having the other characters kill the ram.
Yep. The Sage will get a big boost of levels here immediately. The important one is level 2, because you learn Expel to deal with those dragons, so that makes killing off the hero that much more safer.
Yeah, he's the one who knew Expel, but now we have 2 characters, and that kind of increases our options.
And we don't need nearly as much experience in the second part of the grind, so again, we're going to the Mage, getting level 21. That happens at 45,676 XP. 45676. And so about 14,000 more to go from where we're at. And I want to actually get just a little below that and save scum level 21, because level 21 is one of those, by kill, the spell we're looking for, is one of those 50-50 chances that Diener was talking about earlier, and it is never guaranteed to learn it. So if we get close to level 21, then we can just reset and get level 21 over and over until we learn the spell, rather than having to climb to 22 or 23. If you're doing like a PB attempt, or even sometimes a race, honestly, it can be faster to go to level 22 sometimes than it can be to save scum level 21. But since you're not guaranteed to learn it, you don't really want to do that either. So we're going to be trying to get as close as we can, but we'll see how the XP thresholds line up.
What are both of your records for that?
For like how many times we fail learning by kill?
Yeah.
I don't know, 6, something
Yeah,
like
I was
that.
gonna say I think I've been as bad as 6 times failed.
Yeah, somewhere around there.
Uh,
5, 6, 7. something like that.
Usually, if I'm not save scumming it and I'm just leveling it up, if I haven't learned it by level 23, then oh well, I guess the run's over.
Yeah.
So we don't usually go much beyond that. Each additional level up beyond level 21 obviously takes increasing amounts of experience points to gain, so it starts to become less and less and less of an option.
Yeah.
And our progress at this point of the run, for how we're gonna play things, it pretty much is just gated on learning this spell. As soon as we learn the spell, we're ready to move on. So
yeah, a fun strategy if you need to go higher than 22, or if you get like a big fight after that, is to actually also kill off the Sage and let the Mage get full 4,000 XP per Metal Slime, and then you level up really quickly. But then you're kind of committing to that being your strategy.
That's kind of your last ditch effort.
Yeah. Monsters suddenly attack.
Yeah, another ambush.
I don't plan on healing the hero at all, but I do need to make sure that their 2 stay up. My mage's HP is a little on the low side.
That
Good.
won't come back to haunt us at all.
That's going to be class change, so at that point, this point doesn't matter too much, but a little lower than I normally would expect.
Yeah, ultimately her max HP at the end is going to be determined by what kind of HP gains she gets as a soldier, and the HP she gains as a mage is a little less relevant. But it still helps to have it for this part. You need to stop and heal less often and things like that when your HP is high.
Lots of beaks today.
Yeah.
I did a practice grind earlier, and I don't think I saw a single beak, or maybe only one fight with them, but I've been showing up everywhere. But I mean, even though it's a little slow right now, at least we're still earning experience. We're still making progress towards the goal. We're not running from these fights, so
Yeah.
You know, 200 XP for that. You know, a few of those makes up for a metal slime, so we'll get there. There they are. Oops. Moth powder. We'll throw 2 of them. Unaffected. Unaffected. Okay.
We got the bum moth powder today.
I've been having a lot of failures. Yeah, it's the worst moth powder I've had in quite a while. It's 0-19, so I must have learned stop still at 18. Unfortunately, when it's only metal slimes like that, it's not really a good opportunity for the hero to be killed off for more experience because you'd have to take away from trying to kill the metal slimes. And it's worth just getting another metal slime rather than getting more XP to the 2 characters that need it more.
Yeah, and while we don't care too much about the hero's XP, he still does a tremendous amount of damage to non-metal slime monsters, so he can help us clear out the trash while we look for something better.
All right, we're going to throw 3 of them on this fight. Hope for some better luck. 1 confused. A couple more sticking around.
Nice.
Love to see it. Powder's targeting the same one, all right.
It says even more confused, but that literally doesn't do anything. So there's plenty of other perfectly good ones. So there you go.
This is pretty amazing.
Okay.
There we go.
This should be a good opportunity to... Yeah.
That is what we were going to do.
That's really good.
Nice.
Okay. Wanted to make sure the hero died to that one. There is a chance that this could push me all the way to 21. It's not a high chance, but it's a little less than 8,000 XP to go from 20 to 21. So if I was really close to level 20, we could end up over-leveling here, but I think I'm good because I haven't really been getting,
Oh, yeah.
Sage isn't 14 yet, so we're fine.
Yep.
Let's see what we're at, though. Okay, we got a bail. I did not see if I learned Snowstorm. Nope.
Nope.
So, going to Japan.
Yeah, you can definitely take 3 bears.
Yeah. Check my HP. Speaking of.
So right now Haktical he's close to level 21. He needs about 1,200 XP or so, 1,100 XP. So we're just gonna fight a little bit more before we save the game. So these bears outside here, the encounter rate on the Jipang Hills is very high, and these bears are pretty good. They give us 660, 220 apiece.
Yeah, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna save after this, and then I'll take a couple fights around Dharma, and if I get closer to my level without getting it, I might actually save again.
Mm-hmm. So there might be a bunch of a saving and reset as he really tries to calibrate his experience as close as possible to level 21 as you can. The closer you get it, the better, because then you can just, if you only need a few points, then you just fight 1 encounter, you can check. You can fight reset, fight 1 encounter, check, reset. And that could be a lot quicker than fighting 2 or 3 battles.
Yeah, and 770 I could have taken 1 more around Japan, but I didn't really know the exact number. But this right here is why I save even though I needed 700, because if I get a metal slime, I just get that 700 and don't need to worry about it.
Nice.
Nice.
4.
It's number 4.
Does it count if I have to reset?
I'm still going to count it.
Okay. All right, let's roll that 50-50. There it is.
Nice.
First try every time.
Every time.
I believed. All right, so now we're going to change our mage into the warrior class.
Okay.
Now the run begins.
Yeah. So up to this point, this is roughly almost like right in the middle, smack dab in the middle of like the time for the run. And we're done doing experience level grinding. We're ready to proceed on with the game now. And we're going to be pretty much full bore on trying to get all the quest objectives, progressing through the story, defeating bosses, and stuff like that. So this is where the run really gets like really exciting, I feel. We have a lot more tools. Our characters are much higher levels. Well, not necessarily specifically their levels, but we've earned a lot more experience. We've learned a lot more spells. We have a lot more spells and abilities to use in battles. And we have some very interesting and unique strategies for how we handle all these different sections.
Yeah, and now's also where the hunt for the orbs is going to begin in earnest. So while there are exciting bosses and things like that coming up, there are also a couple of little side quests that we're doing in order to get required progression items.
Mm-hmm.
So one of them is going to be here in this cave. We're going to be getting the blue orb out of this cave here. Oops, I said no. You have to take a single character into this dungeon. So the sage is an excellent choice because they're very versatile. I'm actually going to use some herbs to heal them up first, and because they know the tiptoe ability. So the tiptoe ability decreases your depletion on a given step by half. And while it's easy to think, okay, that means you get half as many encounters, because of the way the depletion reset works on stairs and everything like that, you actually get way less than half of the encounters. It's probably more like 25% or something like that.
Mm-hmm. I said earlier, it's like one of the key reasons we wanted a thief in the beginning is to get access to this tiptoe spell in the second half. The kind of incredible thing about tiptoe is also that it works everywhere in every single dungeon, and it costs 0 MP.
Yep. There's one exception to the working everywhere. There's one dungeon that we won't be seeing in the speedrun that blocks spells and abilities from being cast, and that includes tiptoe. But we won't be seeing that in the run. And you can use it outside. It still works there. It's just you can't recast it once you're inside. So we're going to pick up the Terra armor there. That's some pretty powerful armor. It's just going to be used for one battle, really, but it's also valuable armor. So I could have chosen to expel those mummies, which isn't really worth doing, but it's worth noting that they're pretty vulnerable to expel.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, even though the sage has had to come to this dungeon alone, between the tiptoe spell and the fact that she can heal herself and is pretty durable, this is pretty tame dungeon.
Yeah. This dungeon in general is pretty low-level enemies, so it's not really very scary at this point in the game.
Plus, we know where to go, so we're almost finished already.
Yeah, there are some monsters in here that can critically hit you, and, if you get crit a few times, that can be a little scary, but we've got 160 hit points, and these things are hitting me for 5. It's fine.
Yeah.
Orb.
That's 2. That's good menuing there. It's a little tricky because the spell book there, when you only have one character, doesn't pop up with an extra prompt there. My muscle memory always has me double tap, and I cast the wrong spell every single time. So
yeah, I drilled that pretty hard at one point because I used to do the tiptoe before leaving, and then like the next tiptoe I'd have to remember to move it, and I kind of readjusted how I did everything to do it in this specific order. So my cursor memory is back to exactly where it needs to be, and kind of all set up for what's needed. So we're going to stop at this little shrine here that's chilling out, and we're going to revive our party members that we killed off during the grind.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, from here, while we've killed characters to help facilitate earning experience, at this point we do not want anybody to die. It might happen from time to time, but we generally will avoid it. We're not going to intentionally try and remove any of our party members, even temporarily. We want all of our party members to be healthy for the rest of the game, so.
We're going to give that armor we picked up over to the warrior. We're going to refresh tiptoe. Continue on. Pretty cool town coming up down here that we'll be visiting. Town of Tadanki. And we'll be, I guess it's nighttime when we're getting here. I mean, that could be, nighttime's significant in some towns, right? So, let's see what happens in this town. I am going to get the magical skirt. This is an optional purchase that get for the mage warrior. It's just a little bit of extra magic type resistances or breath resistance. I don't actually know the stats on it per se. But it's an extra defensive item for the Mage Warrior that'll help a little bit. And we're also going to come over here.
I almost forgot about this one.
Yeah. Grab the life nut down here in the swamp. And we're going to break into this jail and talk to this dude who's just like hanging out in jail. I don't really know why he's jailed, but Orb.
Orb.
All right, halfway there.
And he's the one who tells you about placing the 6 orbs in Liamland.
I'll just take a quick nap.
Take the inn. We need to recover a little bit. And it's only 4 gold. It's super cheap.
Wow, where is everybody?
I don't know. It's weird. So yeah, everybody here is like a ghost or something. And it's funny because you can get to this town during the day. And in this chest, you find the darkness lamp. And you can often wonder, what does that do? Well, it makes it nighttime. So you find it in this chest, and then you're like, if you're playing casually, you're like, what does this do? And you use it, and then it turns nighttime, and there's suddenly people there. And it's actually really cool if you do it in that order.
Yeah.
But with how the sailing works out, it's often nighttime by the time you get there, and then, you know, it can still work, but some of the effect is lost. Now, the darkness lamp is pretty cool because, like I said, it makes it nighttime, and you can use it on the overworld, you can use it in towns. If you use it in a town, it will bring you back to the entrance of the town. If you use it on the overworld, it will actually reset your depletion. So I'll be using it here shortly, and a few times throughout the run, to intentionally avoid encounters by using it at, hopefully, optimal places.
Yeah.
If I get an early encounter, then I may have to adjust when I use it a little bit, but...
Yeah, this is going to seem a little bit unusual if you didn't understand
Turtles.
what the darkness lamp was doing here. The fact that it's re-rolling our depletion value, because otherwise it's like, well, why are we wasting time to make it nighttime and then making it daytime and then making it nighttime again?
So I normally use it here, but since I got that encounter, I'm taking just a few extra steps.
Yeah. Don't want it to reach nighttime. You can't use the lamp to make it night when it's already night.
Yep.
But
And so there's also a cool thing you can do here. You can opt to use a Chimera wing back to this town to make it daytime again. I mentioned earlier in the run that using a wing immediately makes it daytime. I'm not going to do that, but that would give you another lamp usage on this walk.
That's something that I do.
I find it to be pretty reliable getting here without an encounter, but not today.
That's okay. We didn't take much damage.
Yeah, I think that was probably still about as fast as if I had winged and then used the lamp again.
So in this cave in Samanosa, we need to get a quest item here. This would normally be kind of a longer and more confusing dungeon, but speedrunner
Bravo.
prescient knowledge, we know where to go. And by detouring away from those treasure chests and coming down this hole, we actually reach the quest item we want.
Yep. So this is the Mirror
Bravo.
of Ra. This shows up in a bunch of Dragon Quest games and is known for dispelling illusions. And then I'm also going to drop down here. We had an incentive for a cat suit. Let's gonna get one extra little chest down here.
Bravo.
Bravo. This is what everybody donated for. Our mage is now, or our sage is now a cat.
Meow.
And will stay so for about an hour. I will eventually get, better armor for the sage that I will need to wear, but actually at this point, that's also just like a really good item. Good defensive item. Make sure my HP is good. It is.
Yeah, depending on your route and what equipment you have, the Sage is still typically equipped with like traveler's clothes.
Yep.
So it's kind of amusing to me that the cat suit is better defense than what we normally use.
Yeah. Get another string seed. There's an agility seed up in the graveyard up above, but I'm skipping that one. But there are a lot of funerals going on in this town, a lot of stuff that the church is kind of blocked off and all that, and there's some weird stuff going on. But we're going to do some shopping here. I'm going to sell a couple of these magical shields that I've had for the whole run. And then sell some other stuff like this party dress. And we're just going to sell Ortega's helmet.
Bye.
That gets us
It's
all the
just
money
Dad's
we need.
helmet. It's not like he wants it back or anything.
Nah. I mean, he fell into a volcano. What does he need it for now?
Right?
We're going to buy a zombie killer, so new weapon for the warrior. And we're going to get dragon shields, which are breath-resistant shields for everybody except the sage.
Yeah, and it's pretty much just because the Sage is not allowed to equip one. I feel like if she could equip it, we'd probably buy one for her, too. This breath damage reduction is really powerful, and it's definitely a good upgrade. All right, so we made it nighttime here. That's required to get into the castle and progress the story here. You see, in Samanosa, the king is being quite a tyrant. And it turns out the king is not really a king. He's a monster in disguise. So we've got Ra's mirror to help reveal his true form and do battle with him. So that's what we need to do.
I can't remember. Casually, how do you figure out that that's, other than knowing that that's what that does, how are you supposed to figure out to use the mirror here?
I can't remember. I want to say there's probably an NPC that talks about it.
Yeah, I know there's somebody who talks about the mirror being able to dispel illusions. I don't remember exactly how you're supposed to correlate that with the king, but...
Okay, so here we're going to deal with this boss fight. It is the boss troll. You can tell it's a boss. It's in his name.
I like that he's just sleeping and then we wake him up with this mirror.
Yeah, if you try and use it on him during the day, he smacks it out of your hand. He doesn't let you, so you have to come here at night. So Haktical is going to set up with a couple of things here. We're going to buff our defense power with the increase spell and silence the boss troll. So you saw him use defense to lower our defense. Now he won't be able to do that anymore. However, what he can do is those heavy critical attacks. And we got to be careful around those. Those do enormous amounts of damage and are pretty much lethal.
Yeah, I had to heal my sage there instead of continuing to stack increases. But no crits, that's good.
Yeah, that's really good.
Oops. Increase.
And now Haktical's going to do something interesting here. He's going to cast By-Kill on the boss troll. This has an interesting effect. By-Kill doubles the attack power of whoever is hit by it, but it also causes an interesting thing that whoever is hit by By-Kill can no longer score critical hits. So, yeah, it's kind of bad that we're increasing his attack power, but by removing his ability to crit, it actually makes the fight way more stable. Now we're going to focus on increasing our attack power with By-Kill, and the fight should be fairly stable from here. The first few turns while we get set up is the scary part, but now that we're set up, we're pretty much in a first try sap, too.
Nice.
It's very lucky.
Yeah, that's excellent. That's a 35% chance, but it feels a whole lot worse than that.
When it does work, your damage basically doubles on him.
Yeah. And I'm actually going to cast By-Kill on the Sage, which I don't normally do since that hit first try.
Yeah, it's definitely worth it if Sap lands quickly enough in the fight, and she has enough opportunities to attack, but you also need to make sure to heal where you need as well. Our Sage has this Heal More spell, which she learned at level 14, and that's very specifically, deliberately routed into how we've done experience here. And that's going to be like our most powerful way of healing for a pretty significant amount of time. The medical herbs have kind of lost their effectiveness up to this point. Our max HP is too high for medical herbs in battle, at least, to be really super effective. But the Heal More spell can...
The medical herbs are useful, though. Like, I gave some to the mage before this fight because what they can do is, even though they aren't a primary source of healing, they can let the Sage do other stuff rather than having to spam Heal More. So they can supplement your healing.
That's a good point, especially in these first few boss fights coming up, that one and like the next one.
Yeah.
The Mage Warrior doesn't really have a powerful weapon, so attacking doesn't really accomplish much. But maybe healing a little bit can keep you on the offensive with your Sage. So that's a good point.
Yeah, so we use a Holy Water here. I didn't talk about it. I used one earlier during the World Tour. Holy Water will fully repel enemies if you're at least 10 levels higher than the area of the level of the area that you're in. So hero needs to be in front here. If you have the Warrior in front, which is like a pretty common thing that newer runners will do because you're used to the Warrior being the tanky one in front, the Warrior is actually not high enough level to repel enemies here, and you'll still get encounters.
Yeah.
There are also some alternate strategies involving killing off the hero during the grind at a lower level, and that can have an impact on that repelling also.
Okay, so we got the Change Staff from the boss troll. This is a required quest progression, but it's also going to be useful here Once we change into one of two specific forms, we can use the store here in this elf town. They don't normally sell things to humans.
There are 7 options, and 2 of them work. 5, 6, 7,
Oh my gosh.
8, 9,
9? Oh my gosh.
10, 11, 12,
Oh my gosh.
13, 14, 15,
Don't make me get out my
16.
sunglasses.
17. I think my PB is like 20-ish.
I
21.
don't think I've ever gotten past 15.
There you go, 19.
Oh my gosh.
That's amazing.
This is really important because there are some unique items that are sold in this store that aren't sold anywhere else. In particular, 2 of the things that we're going to buy are some sleep staves and also some more wizard rings. We talked about wizard rings before, that they recover MP. Now we're at the point where it's very helpful that we can recover MP. So we're going to buy some wizard rings. Haktical's selling off some stuff to make sure he's got a lot of extra cash to buy the sleep staffs and as many prayer rings as he can afford. Wizard rings. Inori no yubiwa in Japanese, so prayer ring is probably a more literal translation. They're called wizard rings in a lot of the classic NES Dragon Quest games, Dragon Warrior games. So I might refer to them interchangeably as prayer rings, just because that's kind of what I'm used to calling them.
I need to sell 1 more moth powder. I'm a little short. So in a normal PB attempt, I only buy 2 of these things, but I'm buying 3 extra. That's the reason for getting Ortega's helmet.
Yeah.
These are breakable. They've got about a 10% chance of breaking when you use them as an item, and they are our only way of restoring MP besides taking it in. So it'll be our only way of doing it in the middle of a dungeon, which we will need later on.
And I think playing casually, it's possible to not only miss this area, but kind of lock yourself out of even using it. Is that right?
Yeah, for sure.
Because I remember being at the end of the game and things were difficult.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a little side quest around that town, which is completely optional. We didn't do at all. There's the first town I went to, just like on the way there, where I picked up that string seed. Basically, everybody's frozen, and they're kind of like, there's a cave nearby with a dream ruby in it that you can bring back to the elves in that town. And I don't remember exactly how the story progression works, but kind of restore the town of Noanios to its original state. This is a sort of awkward tile where you need to just kind of like go right and up until you find this this house, and then this old man says he wants the chain staff, so he's going to trade it for this sailor's bone.
I didn't find that. I didn't know about the change staff and brought it here first, and
Yep.
whew.
So the sailor's bone, I can use it as an item, and it will point out where the ghost ship is. And this ghost ship is always on the overworld, but you can't see it until you get the sailor bone.
Yeah.
But it's right here.
Hi.
Yeah, it always starts in the same location in this area near Portoga and just kind of wanders around randomly. Or roamily, excuse me. They're pretty close to each other. Oh, there's a fight here.
It roams around roamily?
Yes.
Yes.
But since it always starts in the same spot and we go straight there, then it doesn't have a lot of time to like wander off anywhere, so we can find it pretty quickly.
This is rude.
Sure is. We're going to be reviving.
Oof.
It's all right.
You could maybe just go forward and stop at the world tree if you wanted, but
I could.
Good.
MP isn't a concern. Yeah.
I'm going to revive.
Okay.
Lovely memories.
I've got the... Yeah. We're just gonna revive. hero's got the darkness lamp, and like I'd have to move it to use it, or
Oh,
you know,
yeah.
it's just
I understand.
keep things consistent. I need to sell.
I make this mistake every single time. I never have enough money to revive anyone. We have plenty of items we can sell to get money, but you just don't have it on hand. It's
Despite everything that I sold for all those wizard rings, we can still
you can still scrounge up enough money to revive our
I'll
party.
just sell the last mob.
Yeah.
I should have kept that, but that's okay. Won't have it for the Dark World now, but
It's fine.
Yeah.
85% of the time, you don't have an opportunity to use it anyway. So
yeah, exactly.
And of the remaining 15%, like 10% of the time, it doesn't do anything.
I just didn't feel like doing math to figure out how much it was going to cost to revive the hero,
Yeah.
and just sell the extra. All right.
Yeah. All right. Now we're back on the quest. We've got the lovely memories.
Yeah, so there's this whole like kind of quest chain that we're going through, and I don't really remember how you're supposed to figure out casually how you're supposed to figure out about the lovely memories. Should double check to make sure I have tiptoe up, but I think I do. But let's just recast it.
Yep.
It's a really early encounter, so. And I'll take a few extra steps here. There's kind of a couple of sailing routes you can take here. You can go like up a little higher and go out of your way a little bit and have a lower depletion value for the sail, but depletion in the water is typically pretty low anyway, so
Yeah.
this lower route is a little higher depletion, and I got an encounter because of it, but it's fine.
Yeah, the enemies aren't really dangerous. It's just going to be a little slower to see monsters and then have to run away from them.
Yeah, exactly. Although I didn't think those tentacles were very dangerous either, and then I triple run failed, so I think I triple run failed, at least 2.
So it would have taken a lot of paralysis attacks to cause a problem there.
A little encounter reset, which like where I got that encounter, somewhat optional, but just kind of sticking to the movement that I normally do, and the depletion here can be a little high, so.
Yep.
Just the lamp again. There will be a lot of places like this where kind of as soon as it turns day, plus or minus a few steps, I'm just using the lamp again. And there's this wind that blocks you here. And we'll use our string seeds. This cool little jingle plays. And then use the lovely memories.
Suddenly, the love of Eric and Olivia.
Cool little scene. You get like 30 seconds of being able to just kind of set the controller down and stretch your hands a little bit. This game moves pretty fast. Probably isn't super obvious, like may or may not be super obvious, but like you're constantly adjusting what you're doing, what you're thinking of next, bosses, menuing, inventory. Like there's always something you need to be thinking about in this run. And this is like one of the first like real breaks of just you can kind of relax for 30 seconds.
Yeah, it is a very active run, both physically and mentally. You're always doing something, you're always thinking about the next thing.
Yeah, and that's why this run, we talked about it a little bit earlier, but this run is super popular in Japan. I hope we have a lot of people watching now on Japanese Restream. Hello to everybody on the Japanese Restream. Caeshura, if you want to say hi to the Japanese people a little bit.
Sure. リストリームの皆様、ありがとうございました。
Thank you.
Arigatou gozaimasu.
So, yeah, the Japanese community is great. There's tons of great runners of this game, hundreds of times on the leaderboards, and it's popular for a reason. It's popular because there's so much routing, there's so much knowledge and skill and execution, and I'm hoping I'm doing it justice, but it is a very difficult run and a very rewarding run.
Yeah, you're doing a great job.
You're doing great.
All right, we're going to get our revenge on the volcano.
By throwing a sword into it?
Yes.
How dare you take my father?
I hope it doesn't fall down and like hit Dad down below.
But he fell into the volcano. He melted.
Yeah, that's probably true.
But it's okay, because we throw the sword into the volcano and it erupts in the other direction.
With tasty Doritos, look at all this. Spicy nacho.
Spicy nacho, and then it is so kind to even make a road for us.
Yeah, it's very convenient.
It's like, I'm really sorry for, ruining your childhood. Here's a bridge.
Oops. Also tidy this. Always forget to hold B there. All right, so we're walking to the Necrogon now. This area's got somewhat scary encounters. I do want to take 1 or 2 encounters in this next section to get the Mage Warrior a little bit of XP. We're going to put those sleep staffs that I got to use. I will actually fight this. This is a good fight to actually just like run away from, but we're going to be fighting it. I don't actually remember what spells they're super vulnerable to, so
Yeah.
we are just going to punch him. Oh, that one's still asleep. Sometimes it's easy to mix up which one wakes up and which one stays asleep when they're in a group like this.
Yeah, we're using the fast message speed, or well, technically the slowest one, but the messages flash very quickly, so you have to stay on your toes and watch the messages carefully. It's easy to miss them.
Yeah, so Mage Warrior got 17 HP from that level there. So I'm now out of that soft cap range that I was talking about earlier, when you class change, your stats are too high, so the game clamps you to only getting 0 or 1 of a stat until it thinks, okay, you're within the range of what you kind of should be for the level you're at. And so now the Mage Warrior will start to gain good level ups. And I will take at least 1 more fight in the Necrogon to hopefully get 1 or 2 more levels for the Mage Warrior and just make her a little bit tankier for the upcoming boss fight.
How about that Necrogon Hagu?
Yeah, that'd be great.
I don't think I've ever killed it. I've seen it twice. It's super rare.
I got it in my Questing for Glory marathon run I did a few years ago. The Sage outsped it and crit it on turn 1. It was the Sage named Maru. After,
that's right.
After our friend.
I do remember. That was very exciting.
Yeah, and for those of you who aren't familiar with the Dragon Quest series, Hagu is basically like a melty slime that is also steel.
Yeah, it's the metal babble or the liquid metal slime. It's called Hagure Metu in Japanese. So
Yeah, so if you saw like the poisonous green slimes liquid slimes from the very beginning of the run, it's like one of them, only metal, and they're worth 10,000 experience points per character.
Yep. I think it's funny that it's called Hagure Metaru because it's quite literally steel metal.
This is awkward.
The jewel bags give like lots of money, right?
yes.
Yeah.
At this point, though,
We
gold
don't need it,
is kind of
but-
irrelevant. I mean, not entirely, but we have enough items that we're going to get to sell for money that's where we're planning to get our money from. Not from fighting monsters, but from selling things, which is how we've gotten almost all of our money in this run.
Yeah, this isn't like the best fight to take, but I kind of want to just kill everything in this run. Get that XP.
Yeah.
Thankfully, only 1 person got surrounded. If more people had gotten surrounded, I might have considered running from the fight rather than continuing to try to fight it. But surround is a status effect that makes you highly likely to miss. It's like 50-50-ish. I don't know the exact percent, but makes you very likely to miss in combat with physical attacks.
So we've come here to this cave, the Necrogon. This is a pretty high-level dungeon, and the monsters are pretty powerful. We're strong enough to handle things, but we're also using the tiptoe spell in conjunction with the staircases and these pitfalls and things like that to reset depletion where we can and just generally get through this dungeon that would otherwise be pretty difficult without really too much stress.
I actually meant to ask you earlier, do these screen transitions count as doors or no?
No, they do not. Nope.
No?
Despite the turtle, my PB very much needs XP at the end of this grind, and I get some of those turtle enemies, and they have really high defense, and they buff up their defense with increase. And I spent like a minute taking out those turtles, and
Shout outs to our staff. It was cold, and I asked for a blanket, and they also turned down the heat, so thank you. They turned down the air, or turned up the air conditioner, I suppose. You would think being in a suit would make me warm. In fact, it doesn't. It's a very nice summer suit.
it is pretty chilly in here.
Yeah, we've kept it cool in the room for all the equipment, I'm sure.
So, yeah, anyway. You get a silver orb.
Orb.
Orb!
Anyone counting at home, that makes 4 of the 6. And it took us a long time to get that one. So the silver orb is the longest one to get, and the one that the game probably expects you to get last. We've routed it this way to get those items in the Necrogond, that Thunder Sword and the Blade Armor, the Sword Edge Armor, as those are powerful pieces of equipment that are going to be helpful for us as we move forward. But yeah, that whole process to get the silver orb started all the way back when we got the Ra's Mirror to fight the boss troll, to get the Change Staff, to get the Sailor's Bone, yada, yada, yada.
Let's check my MP in there. I did use a Wizard Ring on the Sage because I used quite a bit healing in that section.
Yeah.
It's easy to take an in, which I could have done, but since I have all these extra Wizard Rings...
Yeah, that's going to be faster. So we've come here back to Jipang, and we're going to do the quest here to fight Yamato no Orochi. This is a two-part battle where there are 2 different bosses that we're going to have to fight. This first form, Orochi 1, is generally a little bit weaker. Attacks either once or twice per turn, and can actually fall asleep if we use the sleep spell on it. It's not common, but it can be helpful. The second form of Orochi is always going to act twice per turn and cannot be put to sleep, but also swaps out one of its actions for a weak breath attack that doesn't do very much damage. So there's a sleep. This is really good. This is going to let Haktical focus on staying on the offense and just depleting the enemy's HP quickly, but the enemy also doesn't animate when it's asleep, and that saves us time as well. So it can be worth it to try a few times. We also want to make sure our health is in good condition so that we don't die.
Yeah, Orochi 1's usually not too bad. It's really just if Orochi takes double actions with that strong flame breath, then it can get a little out of hand, but...
Yeah, we can only heal characters one at a time with heal more, so if we get hit by that was a big HP gain.
Yeah.
If you get hit by the breath attack a lot, that area of effect damage can kind of add up and make it a little bit difficult. But winning the fight, you always get this item, the Orochi Sword. It's pretty powerful and can also be used as an item in battle to cast the defense spell. We probably won't use that. Sap is more powerful. Sap removes 100% defense power from an enemy, whereas defense only removes half. But defense hits an entire group of enemies at once. So, yeah. But for us, where we care about lowering defense, it's usually with bosses, so Sap is more powerful.
Exactly. But it does give the Mage Warrior a good weapon for now, so Mage Warrior now becomes a valid combatant during these fights.
As another leader of a town that's actually a monster in disguise.
And if I recall the story here, the leader here is like a priest of the town and is telling the citizens that they have to sacrifice people to Orochi, but she is Orochi, so
yes.
She's just eating some kids.
Yeah, so that's not very nice. We got to put a stop to that for sure. All right, good. So Haktical for this battle increased his defense power with a couple of the increased spells, and then sapped Orochi to lower its defense. So now we have increased defense power and doubled attack power from Bykill, and the enemy has reduced defense power from Sap. So
this Orochi fight does have a weaker flame breath that he can choose to use, but so far not. I need to actually heal here or defend here with the mage just in case. Gotta guard against double strong flame breath.
Yeah, the maximum damage roll from the strong fire breath is 40. Since we have dragon shields on our back 3 characters, they actually take 25% reduced, so the max they can take is 30. And so 2 fire breath attacks together, that maxes out at 60 damage.
Exactly.
So Haktical's looking at his party's health, deciding who to heal, and if he needs to heal 2 people at once, he'll tell one of them to defend.
Yep. So like on this turn here, I need to heal the Sage, and the hero is free to attack, and I need to defend with the Mage Warrior.
So this keeps everybody's HP above that double breath line of 80, 60, 60, 60. So great fight there.
Yeah, no problems. Yeah, Orochi 1 was a little weird because I missed Surround, which is a 75% to hit, and I had to back up with the 2 increase as a backup. And usually that's fine, but if he gets spammy with Flame Breath on turn 1 and 2, which he didn't.
Yeah.
It can be a thing.
Yeah, there's a couple of different variations for strategies for that. I mean, for practically every orb. Practically every boss fight has some different things that can happen depending on how things play out for you or where your party is at in terms of stats and things like that. So,
Yeah, exactly.
all right, just one orb to go.
One more.
Yeah, so I'm going to take it in here, recover. Sometimes when it gives you that jingle and like the overnight little like fadeaway scene, like after boss troll, it will heal you up for free, but it doesn't do that after Orochi. I need to take that in.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'm going to come over here to the front bank, and we're going to temporarily drop off our warrior and grab that dealer that we made at the start of the run. Now it's time to shine.
Oh yeah, cheese.
Yeah.
I wonder if they've been doing anything interesting over here.
Hi, cheese.
Silly cheese.
Okay. So we need to bring Cheese off to this particular spot in the game, but Cheese being level 1 is going to get killed by anything we run into that looks at her. So we're going to kind of cross our fingers and hope we just don't run into monsters.
I could have picked up a World Leaf earlier on, which is the one revival item that we'll get to use as a backup, but it's fine.
It's fine.
Yeah. Most of the time you don't see monsters thanks to the tiptoe spell, but every now and then you do. And there's a couple of different ways you can try and get out of it, but we won't have to worry about that here.
It's you and me, cheese.
Yeah, so this guy wants
I'll
a...
put your things in your Nami.
So,
Donate to Nami.
Donate to Nami. Thanks, cheese. Thanks for the donation.
This guy will wants a dealer to help him build this up into a town. And so we drop off a merchant. And there's various triggers throughout the game that will allow you to advance this town and make it into a bigger town. I don't know all of them off the top of my head, but...
Yeah, I believe one of them is to defeat the boss troll, one of them is to defeat Orochi, and one of them is to get the blue orb from...
Welcome to Cheeseburg.
Welcome to Cheeseburg.
Welcome to Cheeseburg.
Anyway, you were saying boss troll Orochi and...
And getting the blue orb out of
okay.
Gaia's navel, I believe are the 3 things you have to do. But by coming here last to get this orb last, we can do what I affectionately like to refer to as the Dragon Quest Builders speedrun.
Yeah.
So we very quickly build this town and progress all the questing stuff so that we can get one very important item.
Yep. The town of Cheeseburg, but it's not just Cheese's town anymore. So Cheese is a little bit tyrannical in their desire to build this up into the biggest and greatest town ever, and people thought they needed a change of leadership, so. But
Orb.
Cheese left behind the orb.
The yellow one.
The cheese orb.
Maybe it's made of cheese.
Did I just redo Tiptoe? I'm going to do Tiptoe again.
Yeah.
I think I did it when I picked up the orb, but
You did.
okay. That's fine.
Better to just reuse it
Yeah.
than to end up forgetting it.
Yeah.
As I mentioned earlier, it costs 0 MP, so we've tried to cast Tiptoe as few times as possible, but we've also tried to route it so that we use it just before it expires in some cases. So we don't get the little pop-up that says it wore off. But it's a small optimization.
So I'm sorting the bag here and arranging it so all the orbs are in a row to make this menu kind of efficient. This is if you like speedruns that have a break in it, this is the typical toilet time, as Maru's notes say. There'll be a cutscene here that takes about a minute or so. And it's a good place for a break. But we're going to place all 6 of these orbs, and this egg that is in the middle of this shrine is going to start doing a little wobbly.
Yeah, I do like this is kind of situated right before a very high stakes, adrenaline-fueled battle here that's coming up. So you get a little bit of a breather before things get very intense. And things are going to get pretty intense from here to the end.
Absolutely. Oops.
Things are about to get a little bit intense. May I read off some donations here?
Perfect time.
Go for it.
All right, thank you. Got $25 from Old Man Vax saying, love the event, look forward to it all year. What an opportunity to support an important cause. Thank you for the entertainment. Thank you for the chance to help. We have $5 from Anonymous. Thank you, Anonymous. We have $100 from Code and Data saying, hey, thanks to NAMI for the support they provide folks like me who have to deal with the impacts of mental health concern in our lives. Let's support them back with some more donations. Thank you, Code and Data. And then earlier in the run, we had $100 from Murdoch. Thank you for your generous donation.
Thank you, Murdoch.
Yeah, thanks.
Saying, best of luck for the party of AIAAA and exclamation point. Good classic party setup. And then $5 from Corny Cecil Amorti saying, RPG Limit Break is back. I'll do my best to catch all the runs. Definitely want to catch this DQ3 run. Let's get that ending theme song sung, which will be happening at the end of the run, so stay tuned for that. Then we have $25 from Nemo saying, looking forward to this run. Thank you to all the runners and staff who made this event possible. Thank you, Nemo, for your donation. And then earlier we had $35 from Keanu, trying to get the bunny name snipe, but rest in peace, Bunny. Thank you for the donation.
Yes, thank you all for the donations.
Yeah.
So now that the cutscene is completed, we have the legendary bird Ramia, we have our airship, and we're going to fly up back over here. We sailed by this area earlier, but this is where the one world leaf is that we can pick up. So the world leaf will always spawn here, but if you have one in your inventory, you can't pick up another. So we can come here and use it to revive and pick up another one if we need to, but we can't just grab a bunch of them.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of a common way that Dragon Quest handles the revival items is usually you can only hold one from a replenishable source, and there can be more that you can find in chests, which we'll find one more later. Sometimes you can gamble them in casinos or things like that, depending on the version of the game. But in this one, it's really just there's that one, and there's the one in the chest in the final dungeon, and that's all we get.
There are extremely rare item drops from certain monsters, but we don't count on them. I've seen one, I think from a Hydra.
Yeah, Evil Mage and Hydra are the two, and Evil Mages are scary.
Yeah,
and you only find them in one place.
I expel those things.
Yep.
I don't fight them.
Exactly.
Orb. I forgot there's another orb. There it is. The light orb. This one's got a little bit of a different purpose. We'll hang on to it for now.
Yeah, and it's interesting in Japanese, the naming is different. So all the colored orbs that are used for Ramia are named in katakana like blue orb, as it will read out. But the light orb is Hikari no Tama, so ball of light, rather than... Yeah, so it's clearly like a different context, but you don't really get that in this. So I'm going to trade a couple items around.
So now that we have Ramia and we can fly, there's a couple of places in the overworld that we can only get to with Ramia, and that's why it's important that, everything in the speedrun has been leading up to this point.
Oops. There's no do you want to continue there?
Yep.
Yeah, so we're coming up on the Baramos fight, the Archfiend Baramos, the one that we were told to set off for at the beginning of the run. And Baramos is an extremely difficult fight. So Baramos is on a set rotation. He has 8 actions. His pattern is Exploit, Physical Attack, Flame Breath, Physical Attack, Blaze Most, Chaos, Exploit, Limbo. And they're all scary, honestly. The idea is to hit him with Stop Spell, which cuts that down to 4 actions. So it'll be Attack, Flame Breath, Attack, and Limbo, which will fail because of the Stop Spell. And he regenerates 100 hit points per turn. He has 2,500 max HP. And we have to do a bunch of setup to get the fight to go well. We have to Stop Spell him. We have to try to put him to sleep as much as possible. We have to do some combination of Surround and Increase. I usually go for Surround and 4 increases. We have to lower his defense with Sap. We have to raise our attack with Buy Kill on the Hero, the Warrior, and the Mage Warrior. And then once all of that is kind of set up, then we can start finally doing damage to him. And hope he kind of stays asleep. So getting him to sleep and getting him put back to sleep will be a key part of how this fight goes. Getting Stop Spell is as or more important than sleep at the start of the run. I'll be using the Iron Eye spell, which I used earlier in those metal slimes, in order to skip the scariest area of effect attacks. But there will be cases where I will need to just, cut my losses and take the hit and heal up afterwards. So yeah, hardest, most technical boss in the run. I don't want to say it's the hardest statistically, but it is definitely the most technical battle in the run. I've had my Questing for Glory marathon run was another one where I've had fights where I literally take 0 damage the entire fight. But then you have fights where you just resist everything and you die, and there's nothing you can do about it.
Mm-hmm. This is I can't stress this enough. This is a very complicated fight. If you know things about this game, with how powerful our characters are, we have no business fighting Baramos. He is way too powerful. As it starts, we've got to bring his power level down and raise our power level up so that we can fight on an even footing. He is that much more powerful than we are at the start of the battle.
Yeah.
Even-ish.
Even-ish. And even
even then, it's still a challenging battle. But that just goes to show you, without all of these techniques and things that we're going to do here, there would be almost no way to win.
Yeah, even in a casual run where you've leveled up normally, this is a very difficult fight.
This is probably, the real gatekeeper for a lot of people. So Haktical's going to have to concentrate and do his best here. I'm going to try and follow along with some things. So yeah, he said earlier he was going to Iron Eyes to protect against some of the more dangerous attacks. As he's on a scripted pattern of actions, we can predict what he's going to do.
I'm going to go for this.
Mm-hmm. So he's going to use a couple of sleep spells and a couple of stop spells.
I forgot about chaos in there.
The hero confused is rough.
Yeah.
But we did get a sleep.
Nice.
So we can hopefully work to fix that. Confusion is tough to deal with, though, so you have to hit your own character.
Which we did, so we're fine.
Okay.
2 increases. Back asleep, very
nice.
You haven't gotten stop spell yet, though, right?
Yeah, I did.
Oh, did it work?
I think so. Maybe it didn't. I should...
I thought it failed.
You're probably right, actually. I think with the confusion,
Yeah, it's trying, so... I'm not trying to distract you, but...
Nope. Thank you for the reminder. I definitely missed it with the confusion recovery. Kind of lost track of where I was in the pattern, too, because of it. Okay, stops at work now.
Go to sleep.
Yeah...
This is a little bit scary, but...
This is very scary. It's a leaf. This is... It's not good. Okay, he's sleeping again. We're okay.
It's fine.
Yeah.
We're going to stabilize here a little bit. He's still working on setting up. Everything is set up now except for the buy kills, so he's going to finish adding those in. Everything else looks... Oh, and sap. Yeah, good. So right now he's going to switch to this kind of more attack mode. If Baramos is awake, he'll spend a little bit of time trying to put him to sleep, but because Baramos is regenerating HP per turn, you have to stay on the offensive once you start attacking.
I'm gonna do this.
He's being careful around this flame breath. He's keeping track of the action, so he knows that that's what Baramos was going to do next, and that's his most dangerous move.
And it's a little unfortunate because I had to take a turn off from attacking and miss the sleeps.
He's also acting twice per turn here, and it's really moving his action cycle around. That was a good opportunity there. And enough time to get you recover some MP here. We're getting fairly far along in the battle now, but this fight can very quickly spiral out of control, so he has to stay focused on on everything moving forward. There's another good sleep, so I don't want to say we're in the clear, but we're getting close.
Warrior's at a little bit of a risk here if he gets physical, but he should be fine. Outsped. That's unlucky.
That's very unlucky.
That's a very important person to get the XP from this fight, too. Might be in a little trouble here. Yep, it's over. Okay.
Ooh.
I made a couple small mistakes in that fight. Kind of added up, but at the end, it was kind of just... Yeah.
I tried to lend you the Yakuza power. It did not work.
No.
That setup was definitely tough there.
Yeah. It was a little behind with like forgetting the stop spell and then losing track of the pattern, but I was mostly recovered from that.
Yeah.
And then just he kept taking 2 actions, and I kind of waffled on like how defensive to be versus how offensive to be.
Yeah.
Rami, are you gonna swoop down? There you go.
And he just kept waking up, which is inconvenient.
Yeah. Yeah. I take full blame for that fight though. It was winnable.
It was definitely close.
Yeah. Really what did it, though, was that outspeed at the end. And there's nothing... Like, that's something you count on the Sage going first. You put a lot of agility in the Sage. The Sage has the Starry Ring. And if that doesn't happen on a key boss fight, on a key turn, you can just lose. And like that was really the hinging point there. And could I have played differently? Absolutely. But, you know...
Yeah.
Just,
At the end of the day, you have to make a choice, and there's nothing that's going to guarantee us success. We can only do the things that give us the best chances. So,
yep. And yeah, the warrior. If the warrior had lived, like I might have done enough damage to beat Baramos, because again, when people die, the regen has more of a factor, and he was very close.
yeah.
So if that heal had gone off on the warrior, that could have been a completely different fight. Oh well, that's fine.
Yeah, it's worth saying that like I had leveled significantly more than we have in this speedrun in my casual play, and I think I wiped to Baranos like 3 or 4 times. It was rough. So even at a regular casual level where you have fought more enemies and grinded and have potentially even several class changes, it is a very difficult fight.
Sometimes forget that because I revive here with Leafs, I don't have MP.
I was about to remind you that.
But I got all these wizard rings.
Yeah.
Taking an in probably would have been the better choice, but it's fine.
Yeah, it's fine. Everything's fine.
Yeah.
Everything's fine.
But
I would have remembered before. I would have checked before the boss and remembered, because always double check my setup after something like that.
yeah. I think that the first time I watched this run, the Baramos fight was one of the things that impressed me the most, because being very familiar with the game, I didn't think it would be possible to beat Baramos with party members this week. But not only can we defeat him, you can, if you play carefully and everything, then you can actually beat him a pretty high percentage of the time. It's never guaranteed. But
Yeah, I'd like to say about 90%. If you're 85, 90% is like a pretty good success rate.
85%, yeah.
And so for a comparison, I did not lose to Baramos once in any of my practice runs leading up to this event. So I knew I was due for either a mistake or bad luck or something.
Yeah.
So hopefully the second try goes better. I don't mind dying to Baramos once, but I do mind dying to Baramos twice, so. 2.
That same basic thing here. We're going to start with Iron Eyes and see what he does.
Same thing as last time, okay.
Yeah.
Well. Confusion also hitting is like pretty low chance.
So this is a much better setup. We've got Sleep and Stop Spell before we've even taken any damage. Now we don't have to worry about explode it or any of the really nasty effects like that. So, I mean, even Blaze Most can be really frightening. Staying asleep a long time here gives us plenty of time to set up our power.
I'll do 5 increases. That's fine.
You see, we're also spamming sleep on him, even though he's already asleep. Baramos will usually go faster than those 2 characters in the front, and we can, if he does wake up, we can immediately get free attempts to try and put him back to sleep. Okay, good.
The setup isn't quite ready, but I'm in a good enough spot that I can start attacking a little bit, chipping away at him. Do a speed up this time.
Nice.
Looking good.
I'm gonna do this. Play this turn slightly different way. In case he double actions, which he did not. I'll steal the hero. What about defending with the hero and... I just need to go back to sleep one more time. I don't know if I buy killed Mage Warrior yet, but we're gonna do it again. One more sleep and I should be good. And I could probably even honestly skip the next sleep and just go in for damage, but
If we get one more, then I feel like we're in pretty good shape here.
now we're fine.
Good.
There we go.
Okay, I
Very
think
nice.
he's cooked.
Yep. So, completely different fight than the first time, and this is such an excellent fight.
That was really good.
It's so fun. This fight is so dynamic. It is so different every time. You are adapting to different things with different heal lines and numbers and MP, and I'm actually considering that the warrior had died the first time. I'm glad that I actually died and came back, rather than pushing him
losing
over
that.
and the warrior not getting that XP.
Yeah, if you notice, we're gaining tons of levels here. Baramos awarded us about 16,000 experience. If a character is dead and misses that experience, it can be a pretty significant impact as we get into this final stretch of the game. In particular, our first character, the warrior, his HP is the most important. So him missing out on 16,000 experience is never a good feeling.
Yeah, Baramos is the single highest XP enemy in the game. That's a full 16-bit, 65,535
Yep.
XP divided by however many are alive. So, the most XP in the game.
Yep.
Anyway, we avenged our dad who was fighting with Baramos when he fell into the volcano. So
Yeah, and I mean, we keep talking about HP at the end of the game and all these levels, but like, isn't this the end of the game?
yeah, this is the end of the
our
game.
quest was to beat the Archfiend Baramos.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Yeah, we're done. We're done. Wow,
Yeah, I mean,
this is you.
this is fast.
This is sub 3. Good job.
Yeah.
You're valid for your passport and everything. Your visa.
And we came back. We're getting congratulated. All these people are here to meet us.
Hey, Mom. Hey, everybody. We're back. Gotta walk around them to get to the castle.
Found a cat somewhere while we were out and about.
Meow. It was hanging out around the volcano.
Yeah. We rescued it from falling in.
Yep. You did well. You truly are Ortega's child.
Let's celebrate with trumpets. Everybody loves trumpets.
Trumpets. Yes. All right, start rolling the credits.
Listen to this fanfare.
Wait,
What?
wait. What's going on?
Is this DLC?
What?
I almost spit out my water. So yeah, this is not the end of the game. Baramos is not the final boss.
Wahaha.
We have to fight this bat guy.
I am Zoma.
I think his name is Zoma. He tells you a few times. He's also a pretty whimsical, like happy fellow. He's laughing a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's smiling.
There is one point and actually an NPC you spoke to, like at some point in the game, we speak to somebody who mentions Zoma in one of the towns, and it's so easy to overlook.
Oops. Yeah, I know a lot of people mention Zoma once you get into the Dark World here. I don't remember. I believe you. I don't remember who mentioned Zoma in the light upper world.
I can't remember. Just I saw the word Zoma and I was like, huh, I didn't know somebody mentions that.
Yeah, that's interesting. Huh. I did not know that.
I'll have to look back in the VOD.
Yeah, I'm curious.
Tell you.
But so we're gonna come down to this cave over here that's right next to Baramos' castle. And we could have come here before, but it would have been like a room over here. But now that Baramos is defeated, there's this hole here that we can jump down into. And this goes into the Dark World. And if there are any DQ1 fans hanging out watching, you might recognize
Bravo.
a thing or two. Bravo.
Chronologically, this is the first game, right?
Correct. So DQ 1, 2, and 3 are the commonly referred to as the Roto trilogy, and this is actually kind of a prequel.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so it's really fun here when you get to this part. If you're a fan of the original Dragon Quest and even maybe Dragon Quest 2, you'll recognize this area as Alefgard, and it plays the same musics like this castle theme.
I really like this version of the
of
music.
it, yeah.
I know it's a little controversial, but I'm a fan, but I'm also just a fan of DQ3, so...
Also, I think that in one of the previous games, was it Dragon Quest 2, where Baramos is the last boss?
The Dragon Lord is the last boss in DQ1, and then DQ2, it's Shido. The Dragon Lord from DQ1 shows up in DQ2, so that might be what you're thinking of, where one shows up in the next.
I think it is.
Yeah.
Or it's not the Dragon Lord, though. It's the Dragon Lord's grandson or something like that, yeah.
Yeah, if you go to there in Dragon Quest 2, you meet the Dragon Lord's progeny.
Yeah. So now we're in the Dark World. This is kind of going to be loosely the same thing that you do in DQ1. You have to form the Rainbow Drop with the Stones of Sunlight, the Rain Staff, Rubus's Charm, and then use that to build the Rainbow Bridge to get to the Zoma's Castle. That was a really quick encounter.
Yeah.
And it's Hologos.
So yeah, we're into the final stretch of the game, and Haktikal's come to this part in the side because he's trying to get a pretty powerful sword, as well as some valuable stuff in here. I didn't get a chance to... since you're coming here, I know you're getting the King's Sword, but...
I mean, I might just be coming down here to get some money so I can get the Sage's Staff. You know, I really don't want to go to the end game of the Sage's Staff, but the King's Sword, you know, we'll see.
Okay. So we're joking about it a little bit. There is a very, I would say, a quite advanced strategy for the end game. We call it King's Sword Cut. The King's Sword is the most powerful sword that we're going to get our hands on. We're going to give it to the hero. It has very high attack power and can use a pretty powerful magic spell when used as an item in battle. There are, like I said, some very advanced strategies that will opt to not get the King's Sword in an effort to save the couple of minutes down here that it takes to get it. The consequences, however, are pretty significant, depending on your route and such. It's not just the King's Sword that ends up getting cut. With my King's Sword cut route that I do, I also cut the Sage's Staff, and it makes everything at the end quite a bit more perilous. Now, we're not going through anything nearly so deadly as that. We're just going to do the standard route, which, like I said, getting the King's Sword, it only takes a couple of minutes, and the time it can save can be that same couple of minutes. Like, you can do King's Sword Cut and not end up saving any time just because the bosses take longer.
Why do these horses have Orichalcum?
I'm not sure why it's there, but it does kind of remind me of Ultima 4.
Sorry, I interrupted you.
Oh, no, it's fine. I was pretty much finished my thought there.
Actually, Actually, I should have done Boggy.
Yeah, I was
Better
going to
play.
say Infernos
Yeah.
is what I saw Popson do
Faster
when
animation.
he fights the red slimes here.
I just always think Thunder Sword.
Yeah. So most of the enemies in the Dark World are powerful, but some of the encounter zones have blue and red slimes in them, which obviously are not so harmful.
Yeah, the blue slimes you can actually, if they're alone, you can guarantee to run away from because of the basic level 1 blue slimes. But for some reason, the red slimes are level 63, and you need to be level plus 10 to run away. So you need to be like level 73 to run away from red slimes, guaranteed.
I didn't know it was that high.
I think it's 63.
That's
It might be 50s, but I think that's right.
well. Either way, it's
very high.
It's far too high of a level for that we're ever going to sniff in a speedrun.
It's the Healy slimes.
No,
These ones heal.
They don't
No,
heal.
these are the mana wars, the paralyzing ocean ones.
Yeah.
I got this encounter practicing earlier today, and I ran away from it, and the Holy Ghost killed me.
Yeah,
so
that's why I didn't run away from
I
it.
don't blame you. It's kind of a little icky because it's slow to fight these things,
Yeah.
but the Holy Ghost is just too deadly. It's what I said earlier, that in a lot of cases, fighting enemies is safer than trying to run away from them. Giving them opportunities to perform their more deadly actions is generally not a good idea. We've also reached a point in the game where the monsters are worth substantial amounts of experience points too. Maybe not so much these ocean encounters, but especially once we land and make our way towards and into Zoma's castle, the random encounters can be worth a lot of experience.
Yeah, I'm actually a little concerned and want to be taking a lot of them because my HP lines are not good. My warrior until that fight was at 180s.
Which is okay
just
for
got-
Baramos.
Just got 33, so 220-ish. And then hero's still in the 150s. And it's just like, it's not
Great.
It's not like I'm at, unwinnable levels, but I need to start getting some HP levels soon.
Yeah. Fortunately, we're in a kind of a good window where when our characters do level up, they do have statistically gain a pretty sizable amounts of stats. That's not a guarantee, but generally it's a little bit better.
Yeah. And so I'll be taking, fights like this I might normally run from, but I want all the little bit of XP I can get because my stats are so borderline. Even one extra level could be the difference of 20 or 25 hit points for somebody. I'm sorry, that was my mage warrior. That was, well, not my pure warrior. My mage warrior is the one who just caught up. My pure warrior is the one who just got that 13.
Yeah.
So pure warrior is a little better than I thought.
Yeah, that's an average. About 15 HP per level is pretty common.
Yeah.
All right, so earlier on we visited that cave and picked up these cursed items, the Sword of Destruction's the Devil's Armor. Obviously, we're not using them, they're cursed. We sell them for money, like many of the things that we've picked up in this game. Also going to sell off the Zombie Killer Sword and the Orichalcon. The Orichalcon is the key item that's required for the King's Sword. You need to sell it to that NPC, and then when we come back to this town, we can buy it for 35,000 gold. So we get a big portion of that by selling it, but we need to provide the rest of the cash on our own. But the rest of the money that we've got is also going to be really useful to buy these things. The Blade Armor, which we've already got a suit of, it's pretty powerful. This Water Dress, which provides a reduction from certain spell and breath attacks, as well as the Sage's Staff, which can be used as an item in battle to cast the Heal More spell for free an unlimited number of times. The Sage's Staff is going to be very important and very helpful for keeping things stable, as in theory we can fight for a very, very long time without actually needing any MP in some situations.
Yeah, and buying the water dress there is the end of the catsuit usage for the Sage.
Yeah.
Catsuit.
Yeah, unfortunately, we are going to need more powerful armor than the catsuit from here, so... Although it might be making a return.
Yeah, see it again. So we got the King's Sword. We're going to give the Thunder Sword over to our Mage Warrior. We're going to put Orochi Sword on the Sage. So everybody kind of has decent weapons now. And then we are going to go off to continue gathering the key items that we need in Aleph Guard. So This is not nearly as long or convoluted as an actual DQ1 playthrough would be. Oops. I was afraid of that. So these goopies can summon friends, and
If there's space on the screen, they frequently summon these Grand Titans, which are pretty powerful and tough. Not what we want to see, but the goopies also target fire too. Something I didn't realize at first,
Yep.
but if they show up in formations, they all repeatedly attack the same enemy.
that wasn't too bad.
Yeah.
They didn't get any actions. We'll be fighting more of them that are scripted that we have to fight.
Mm-hmm.
They can crit you, which does a ton of damage, but generally they're not so bad. They also have an extremely rare drop, which is the Thor Sword, and that's actually a really strong weapon for the Mage Warrior, or the Warrior. I would put it on the Mage Warrior. If you do Kingsword Cut, that's actually an incredible weapon for the hero.
Yeah.
But it's like a 1 in 256 or something like that.
So, yeah.
I've seen it twice.
I've seen it twice, and once when I was actually practicing Kingsword Cut. And I was like, wow, this really is pretty good.
Maybe I've seen it 3 times, but the first time it was like when I was just learning the game, and it was in Japanese, and I didn't even know what the item was. And I'm just like, okay, I don't know what to do with that. Now I do.
Mm-hmm.
But
yeah, it's one of those things that I think as you learn the game more and you get some of these very rare item drops sometimes when you do runs, and you actually know, like, oh, actually, I can use this.
yeah.
Those can be really exciting when you have some item that you don't normally have.
So these little diamond tiles here, they actually change the direction of what my D-pad is doing. So I had to actually push like up and down to go left across those tiles.
Yeah, they rotate the orientation of your D-pad inputs by 90 degrees, either to clockwise or counterclockwise, depending on which way the arrow is facing. Basically, you can tell whichever direction is the light side that the tile is pointing corresponds to the up arrow,
Yep.
and the dark direction corresponds to down. So he has to press down to move to the right across that. So
Yeah, I just rolled my D-pad from right to down to right to down to right to get through that. It's pretty cool. And also on the floors that have those tiles, similar with the boulder pushing puzzle earlier in Edinburgh. So normally this game has half tiles and you can walk at like a half tile, like on a half tile grid. But on floors that have those tiles, you actually get locked to full tile movement, and it makes movement feel a little weird.
yeah, it's kind of hard to explain, but you're kind of used to being able to slide around, really control your characters very accurately. It feels like when you press the direction, they start moving in that direction.
I missed a life seed that I meant to grab, the one in Ratatome.
Oh, yeah.
Uh-oh.
That's okay.
I'm not gonna go back and grab it.
Yeah.
Just it's one that I always used to forget about it, and I started picking it up when practicing it for this, but I still forget about it.
Mm-hmm. It's one of the ones. It's another one of the ones I cut pretty early.
Yeah.
The Tadon one and the Well one. Those ones are pretty slow. So.
Yeah.
That's okay. We've got plenty more.
We hope.
All right. So by using the fairy flute there, we can help the sage Rubus, who's trapped in that statue by Zoma's magic, and she awards us the sacred talisman, which is eventually going to become Erdrick's seal when it gets named that at some point. I don't know precisely when, but maybe we'll find out about that. So that's the second piece we need. We just need the rain staff. In the original Dragon Quest, we had to go on a side quest and get this harp and trade it to some guy. But in this game, all we got to do is go to the shrine and talk to somebody, and we get it. The Kragons here are the worst ocean battle that we can see. These things are quite powerful. They can attack up to 3 times per turn and can score critical hits.
Gross.
So Haktical is playing a little bit of a safer strategy there, trying to put them to sleep, buff up his defense power before trying to run away. And we got a fortunate early run, so that's good. Because they can take so many actions per turn, sleep is of marginal effectiveness sometimes, as they get they can get multiple checks per turn to wake up. Sorry, that it sounded rude, but we waited forever. You waited less than 3 hours, lady. Impatient.
So it's interesting to note that, like, there's poison here and there was poison around the inside of that shrine. When you clear the game, all the poison from the overworld disappears to prevent you from like dying once the game is cleared. But when you're inside that shrine, it still shows the poison on the inside. You can't step in or anything, but it's just kind of an interesting thing that the poison from the overworld is gone, but on that screen it still shows it.
Yeah. Wouldn't have thought about that.
Yeah.
When they designed it. But, yep, okay, so we got all 3 pieces. We're trading with this guy. Nichi no Shizuku, the rainbow drop. Of course, this is a pretty famous item in Dragon Quest. We're going to wield it to build a rainbow bridge to the final dungeon. And we're pretty much going to head there and go for it, right?
That's the plan.
All right.
And Hack, as you head off to the final fight, you okay with me reading a couple donations here?
Absolutely.
Sweet. So we have a $15 from Anonymous saying, "Good luck, Zoma. You got this." Kaishin no Chigeki for great justice. Putting this donation toward naming the hero in Custom Robo Drac. Then we have a super generous donation here, $250 from LM Motos.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Who left a message saying, "Sad I had to miss RPG Limit Break this year, but cheering you all from home. Had to donate for the chant of the Buster Sword and making sure that we see the turtle action in Chained Echoes."
Hagu,
Hagu?
still here. He took 2 off blade armor. I've done 1 more.
Hagu?
Oh,
Oh, he's still here, though.
Hagu?
Yes.
Yes! Hagu!
that's awesome.
So in addition to most of the enemies, like we talked about, giving decent amount of experience, Hagure gives, well, we talked about before, yeah, he gives way more experience than most things. So this will give a couple level ups to everyone in the party. There aren't specific level thresholds we're looking for, but every level gives us more HP and more strength and just better stats overall. So
Yeah, and honestly, my HP lines they're not great. So getting that extra,
getting an extra level buffer, even just 1, can make the difference here.
I'm fighting this.
Okay.
Thunder Sword, defend, fireball.
These enemies didn't see us, but so we could run away for free. Haktical still really wants more XP for his party, so he's just going to go ahead and blast them. It's guaranteed these 2 effects to kill all of them at once, so...
Yeah, I know it can seem weird that I'm using fireball, that low-level spell that my mage was learning after Kandar 1, here in the leading up to the final dungeon, but it's the right spell to cast in that situation.
In that particular case, since we got the ambush, it wasn't quite as important.
Right.
But the whole thing is there. We saw them before. They summon those Grand Titans. If we kill all of them simultaneously, there's no room on the screen when it's their turn to act. So usually when we see big groups of mud hands like that, big groups of goopies, we want to defeat them all at the exact same time. So Fireball is strong enough to weaken them a little bit, but not strong enough to kill any of them.
Yeah.
And then the follow-up from the Thunder Sword, which is, I think, Yora, I think it uses.
Yes.
That's going to do enough damage to guarantee kill it.
Yeah,
the Thunder Sword on its own sometimes kills some of them, but not reliably enough. That little extra damage from Fireball is just enough.
Yeah, and so it can be unfortunate if the Thunder Sword goes before they go, and then it opens gaps and they can start summoning friends, but
Yeah.
Fireball is also like a pretty quick animation.
Yeah.
So in terms of, I could use Firebane or some other magical spell, but Fireball it's cheap, it's a quick animation, and
It does exactly what we need to do.
yeah. I got over 30 HP for my warrior there, so I'm pretty happy about that. We got to get rid of this Troll King first because he can use Disperse, which will send a person, as mentioned before, back to the friend bank, all the way back in Alihan. So that would kick me out of this dungeon. He's sleeping now, though, so I'm actually going to stop and kill this lion first. This lion can cast Blaze Most and Arrow Cross. And, oh, he woke up.
Rude.
That's fine.
Good. So I would say there are a lot of dangerous enemies in random encounters here now that we've reached Zoma's castle. Nice Kaishin.
Nice.
in particular, like some of the biggest, highest priority targets for Haktical when he sees monsters are going to be the Balrogs, which have the defeat spell. That's very dangerous. If that gets pointed in our direction, then any one of our characters, sometimes even multiple characters, can just drop dead instantly.
Yep.
At this point, turning around, recovering, getting more things, and coming back to Zoma's castle represents a very significant time investment. As much as possible, we do not want to turn around and leave the dungeon. We want to stay here. We want to finish the game from here out. It's pretty significant if we have to leave and come back. So that was unfortunate, but not too bad. Oh, the Staff of Reflect.
That's really funny. It's pretty rare.
That's a very rare thing.
Is it useful?
No.
I've heard tales you can use it in the Bomus fight to stop him from using Explode It.
Interesting. I've never tested it, so today is not going to be the time
No,
that
I don't
try.
think it is either, but it's also one of these special items that only certain characters, you have to be able to equip it in order to use it as an item. So you can't just give it to one of your warriors and have them use it.
Yeah.
So,
There's no one in that direction.
okay. So as mentioned earlier, we're going to have to get a forced encounter with a pair of Grand Titans. And we have to do this 3 times. We're trapped in this room until we destroy all 6 of these statues. And we're going to fight them in pairs.
Unlucky turn order there. Sage decided to be a little slow.
Yeah.
But not a big deal.
So we got a pretty basic setup here. We're going to use Buy Kill on the hero, a couple of sleep stabs, and then just kind of work on attacking them, keeping them asleep as much as we can. And if we get opportunities to recover our MP with Wizard Rings or heal with the Sage's Staff, then we will. One of the advantages of the healing with the Sage's Staff is that it doesn't cost any MP, but we can only do it in the middle of battle. So if we do get opportunities to use the Sage's Staff to heal at the end of a fight, for instance, it can be an MP saving measure too. While MP conservation is probably not a major issue when we bought extra pair rings to make sure that we probably aren't going to have any problems, it still saves us time because the fewer times we have to use the ring, then the faster it goes.
So I used a ring there, both on the mage and on the sage.
Mm-hmm.
Could have used a second one on the sage there too, but
Yeah. As long as she has enough to heal up the party after a battle and things like that, then you're generally fine. You don't need to completely top out your MP all the time.
I will probably use another one in this fight if I get an opportunity. But
Yeah.
Grand Titans are down, nice and easy. They're not usually too scary, but sometimes if they don't go to sleep and they can start critting you, and their crits are, they do a ton of damage, so.
Mm-hmm. It's not necessarily immediately lethal, but nice frame saver.
Speaking of frame savers, anybody like tiles that change your directions?
I hated this room.
So there's an easy way through there, which is you just hold up. You go just like until you can move up, and then you just hold up the whole way, and it gets you to the end. And there's like a slightly intermediate way of you skip those first 4 tiles that I did, and then you hold up from there, and it's a little bit faster and pretty easy to do. And then there's the press every tile way, which saves maybe a second. It saves you a few steps and like a chance of an encounter and stuff, but it really saves like a second. And that wasn't the fastest execution, so it probably didn't even save time, but it looks cool.
We'll just pretend that if you didn't do it, you would have gotten a battle there.
Yeah, would have got some salamanders or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, as I mentioned, the Balrogs, we saw a couple of them, and we went to stop spell them immediately. We also saw the Troll King. He has Limbo, or the Disperse spell. That's also extraordinarily dangerous. If we do get hit by that, it's basically we have to leave. Spell not super successful here. That's okay. The zombie dragons are not particularly deadly, so
Nah, I just need to do a bunch of healing now because I've taken a bunch of AoE damage.
yeah.
Just go away.
All right. We've also mentioned a couple of times about the salamanders. We haven't seen any of them. They're basically like a purple palette swap of the sky dragons. They have the violent flame breath attack. It's the same fire breath attack that Baramos used, which is extremely powerful, and they can come in as many of three of them at a time. That's one of the most deadly encounters that we could potentially see. There's another one with those archmages and a grand titan together. That one is really rough.
So, also, we have Ortega. You remember him? Our dad that fell in the volcano, that the whole reason that we're on this quest? Yeah, he's still going. He's still kicking. And he's made it all the way to the end of Zoma's castle. And we find him here on this bridge fighting King Hydra.
By himself, without his helmet.
By himself, without his helmet. Imagine if he had his helmet here. He's got all the classic DQ spells.
So yeah, this is a scripted cutscene. We just have to wait until it plays out. Ortega, unfortunately, is going to run out of MP and is not going to be able to be victorious against the King Hydra.
On the NES version, this fight is actually random, like what actions get chosen by both characters, and it can go on for quite a long time. People like to speculate as to whether Ortega can actually win, but I'm pretty sure it's actually impossible, that none of the RNG seeds lead to him winning.
Yeah, I believe that's what I heard too, that I think Countess told me that every single RNG seed leads to Ortega losing, and yet there's still special dialogue if he happens to win.
Yeah. So, anyway, you have to watch your dad die in front of you at the end of his quest, but we will carry on his legacy, as true heroes do.
Yeah, so just a little bit further now, we're going to grab a couple of treasures here, but this is the last floor that has random encounters in it. So if we just get a little bit further, we're going to end up in the basement of the castle, where we're going to have our final stretch. Learn by kill. It's 100%.
Was that 21? Yeah, it's 21. Hit the 50-50. All right, so if I did everything right, this should go to the mage. Nope, it did not. So must have gotten an extra drop somewhere. So I will double check that real quick.
Oh, the staff.
Yeah, the staff. Yep, that's fine. So I'll give that leaf over. And then I'm actually going to tidy now. And then I will grab this wizard ring, which will also go to the mage.
Mm-hmm.
And I want to make sure that Sage's Stone ends up on the,
Yep.
on the warrior.
Yep.
Yeah. Probably one more encounter here on this final walk.
Yeah, hopefully
last
this
one.
is the last roundabout. And one salamander is perfectly fine. So you can see how much damage that flame breath attack did. You can imagine if there was 3 of those things at once, it would be a little bit worse, but
They're worth a ton of XP.
yeah, that is the good news about the salamanders. They award a lot of XP. So fighting one salamander is honestly kind of not a bad thing.
Yeah.
2 is okay. 3 is like, I don't want to deal with that.
All right.
We have strategies, but they're not great.
Swap that. We're going to just
All right.
top up MP.
All right, yeah, so we've made it here to the basement in the final boss rush. There's going to be 3 bosses we have to defeat before facing off against Zoma. Haktical here is doing his final setup, inventory management before the first fight here, the King Hydra.
Mage Warrior's HP is pretty low. I don't know that I'm going to get another level off these. So
She should gain at least 1 more.
I hope. If not, I might actually go back upstairs and take another
If
fight.
not, then it would be really close, and yeah, you could fight 1 battle and get something. All right, so Zoma's going to taunt us a little bit before sicking his first goon on us, the King Hydra. King Hydra's not usually too bad. We're going to set up by using the increase spell and start using by kill. Then we're going to get sap. Double physical on the same person on the very first turn is the worst possible thing you can see. But Haktical wisely chose a different strategy than one I use, where he went quickly with increase to buff up the defense power, and that probably saved the hero's life. Now we saw the opposite thing happen here with some bad luck, where the warrior is going to be using the Sage's Stone. The Sage's Stone is an item that we can use to use the Heal Us effect. It's a group AoE heal spell, and it's super valuable. It's one of the most important things that we're going to have from here to the end. And our warrior is going to be holding this Sage's Stone. It's why his life is basically more important than everyone else's. What we are planning on doing for many of these battles, and including Zoma, is to repeatedly use the Sage's Stone over and over again. What we want is the enemy to go first and the Sage's Stone to go second. But we can't guarantee this. Every now and then, the warrior goes faster than whatever boss we're fighting. That was perfect.
Yep.
Perfect ending, at least. And it can get very scary when the warrior goes faster. Now, this is Bomus. This is like the scariest one. Sap is really important. He only has 1,100 HP, but he has 300 defense power. So by stripping that away with Sap, we can clear this fight pretty quickly. But because this guy, he can act either once, twice, or 3 times per turn. And when he acts 3 times per turn, it can get a little bit iffy. If he does it once, that's okay. If he does it twice in a row, it gets a little bit worse.
Rude.
Yeah, he threw a basic attack in there, which is okay. If he's going to use a lot of basic attacks, then we're probably going to be all right.
Yeah, so I also did a speed up here, but then canceled it on the warrior by using the equip trick from earlier. So the warrior will still have a low agility to hopefully heal after Bomus, but it increases the chance that I might be able to kill him here before he takes his action.
Nice.
Defeating enemies before they take actions on the last turn is really helpful because it does 2 things. First off, we don't take the animations from Bomus, which take time, but also we don't take any damage, which saves us more time and MP after the fight. All right, Zombie Baramos here. We're going to set up with a bunch of increase spells. Increase can be used up to 6 times to quadruple our defense power, so we're going to work on doing that as quickly as possible. Zombie Baramos has 0 agility, and it's the one fight where our warrior is probably actually going to go first. I say probably because, again, not a guarantee. So we can kind of count on it in the other direction. Once we get our increases off here, then we're going to switch to buy kills to increase our attack power and just progress the fight, drain his HP. Otherwise, this boss really can't do a whole lot once we get set up. We're just gonna...
And he can also only take 1 action, in which case he's like really harmless. Also, this boss has regeneration. It's like only 20 or 25 per turn. Most people don't even know that he regenerates, but he does have a little bit of regen.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, that's why it's better in the first couple turns while we set up just to defend with your hero. So the damage won't actually matter until we can actually
Let's see if
get in there.
Mage Warrior did get a level. Get something good. 20.
20 is not bad.
So I have 284, 337, 194, 198. So I need to use one of these in the Sage. I want to get you over 200. I need to use a few of these on the hero. The warrior is honestly in good shape. I don't really care how many I use on the warrior. I will use a couple, but I want to cover the hero a little bit. I'll use 1 on the mage warrior. I'll throw these last couple on the warrior. That was a 5. I'll throw the last one on the hero.
Yeah, it seems good.
So Rockstar Ring, this goes back onto the mage for 10 extra agility. This Benevolent Ring is going to go onto the Sage but not be equipped. I will be swapping that around in combat. Based on how I want turn order to play out, I'm going to swap weapons here. I'm going to heal everyone. I'm going to top up all my MP with Wizard Rings. Here they are. More. Good, you're full.
Okay.
You're full. Light Orb, Sage Staff, Sage Stone, Leaf.
2 rings, yeah. All right. The final battle.
Final battle.
Here we go. Zoma's going to start out in his dark form. We have to use the Light Orb on him to weaken him. He's basically unkillable with our status here as Dark Zoma. Once we convert him to light Zoma, his HP is set to 4,700, but he does not regenerate any HP. This is a battle of attrition. We're going to slowly, gradually grind Zoma's HP down while protecting ourselves, healing, trying to stay as safe as we can, and hoping that Zoma doesn't want to kill us.
And this song is amazing.
So good.
Shows up in a few Dragon Quest games. It's very iconic, and yeah, enjoy it.
So Zoma's always going to take 2 actions per turn. He has a breath attack, which is quite powerful. He has physical attacks, which do enormous amounts of damage. He also has Snowstorm, which is relatively weak, and he does freezing waves, which cancel out all of our beneficial status effects, but also, interestingly, cancels out any effects on Zoma as well. This makes buffing ourselves with increase and bykill, or debuffing him with sap, a little less useful. It's still very important we use bykill, but we can't stack a whole bunch of increases and just protect ourselves that way. So generally speaking, the Mage Warrior in the front is going to be using bykill on the hero when he needs it, and otherwise supporting the party in that way. The Pure Warrior is going to be using the Sage's Stone non-stop to heal the party, always. Hero's going to do his best to continually attack, to deal damage, like that. Great hit. And the Sage is going to support wherever Haktical thinks is the most useful. Typically, this means using the Sage's Staff to heal whoever needs the most help, but it also sometimes means supporting the party with another really big hit there, with other buff spells and other things. Kind of a tough call there, yeah. Haktical is using a technique here where he's preemptively using the leaf on his warrior. If the warrior dies and the leaf gets used, he'll immediately revive back to full HP. But if the character you use the leaf on isn't dead when you use it, it does nothing. It doesn't consume the leaf either. So this is kind of a protective, preventative measure. Missing even one turn with our warrior using the Sage's Stone can be lethal. And 2 can be very, very problematic. So trying to just cover his bases there as best he can.
So I'm swapping out my accessory here to lower my Sage's speed, to hope that the sap goes after Zoma. That way if Zoma decides to use freezing waves, it won't negate the sap that I just cast. But so far the strategies are not really working out super well, but
that's okay.
It's worth continuing to try. I mean, he's not using the waves, so I'm still getting the big hits. But glad he used waves there.
Yeah. It can be... The freezing waves, the more often he uses it, the slower the fight tends to be. But if he never uses freezing waves ever, you might just die.
Yeah.
So as you start taking a lot of damage, especially from those breath attacks, him using a freezing wave or even a double freezing wave turn can really just give you a little bit of breathing room again.
Yeah, I'm going to take this opportunity to use a prayer ring on my Mage Warrior to get some MP back. I'm in pretty good shape, so in case I need to do more bykill, we are going to continue with the preemptive leaf because he is really picking on the warrior.
Yeah. Good news is we've got a lot of those sap bykill hits, which do a tremendous amount of damage.
Yep. We'll top up Hero here.
Hero seems like he has good strength too. I've seen some very, very high damage rolls.
So the freezing wave goes out, and then the sap will hit afterwards. So that was why the accessory swap happens. Perfect example of it finally working, and why it's worth continuing to try.
Yeah.
Good.
Okay.
Fine.
All Now remember, this fight's a battle of attrition, so as long as we stay alive and keep fighting, we can hang in there. And there's even some cases where if we're far enough along in the fight, but things start getting off rails, we might still be okay. So far, things are looking good.
That's fine.
But just like with Baramos, things can turn on their head pretty quickly, so it's not over until we get all 4,700 of those hit points. Yeah.
So now we're getting the patterns without the waves, and the damage is starting to rack up.
Yeah, the double icy breath in particular is one of the worst things.
Have to rest the sage here.
And then Zomo at first. This is pretty scary.
Physical. Sage is down. Okay. That's all right. Yeah.
Yeah. Split, good.
We do have the, yeah, okay. Oh, you can attack, it's fine. Have to sped again.
Yeah.
This could be bad. Okay, we're okay.
Freezing wave is good.
Yep.
Our HP is a little more stabilized.
I was worried that Warrior was going to outspeed Zoma there.
Yeah, we always get nervous when the actions start playing out differently than you expect. That's going to kill the Sage again.
Sure is. Got another leaf, though. It's okay.
Yep. We're still okay.
And I've done a lot of damage, so, like, it's... Even if the Sage stayed dead at this point, like, we still made it to pull through.
Yeah.
I am going to bring the Sage back,
Yes.
but it's...
This is a low damage turn, so we can get a good setup and recovery here.
We're nearing the point where Sage should start using Blaze more instead of Sap, but I don't think we're quite there. Oh, we were there.
There we go. I thought we were pretty close.
Yeah, I thought I was going to do it like next time around.
Great run.
That was Zoma. Yeah.
Yeah.
It was really good.
Whew, that fight is always stressful.
Yeah.
Because he can take out the hero or the Sage with a Blizzard Breath plus a physical in one turn from full HP. If he rolls high enough, double physical can kill either the warriors. There's a lot of stuff that he can do to just end that fight, and there's nothing that you can do about it. So, extremely happy with that.
Yeah. Coming in with both of our leaves in hand made a bit of a difference there.
Yeah.
That's always what you want, but it doesn't always happen that way.
What is in these treasure chests?
We'll open one. Just one, though.
The one that's already open, that one is a mimic.
Oh.
That's the hero shield. So you can actually opt to come in here and get that. It gives them actually pretty good defense and pretty good resistances. We got the return of the cat suit. Put it back on for the end here. And the only thing is this dungeon is one that blocks spells. So I mentioned earlier that there's one place that you can't refresh tiptoe in, and that's this place. So you can't use spells or abilities anywhere in this dungeon. So you'd have to fight your way down and back. And a lot of those scary monsters I was fighting, like king trolls and salamanders and stuff like that, show up in this dungeon. The king trolls aren't too scary because they also can't cast Disperse, but the salamanders still have their breath attack, and getting through here can be a little bit yucky.
Yeah, unfortunately, the hero shield, while it is pretty good, it's a little too far out of the way and a little too dangerous to get.
Yeah, so timing will go through the end of the credits. We will be singing the credit song. Hopefully, both of my commentators will join me in the singing.
No, we're just going to leave you high and dry.
I would never do such a thing.
Don't expect a masterpiece, but this is tradition. This is DQ RTA tradition for especially DQ2 and DQ3, singing the credit song at the end of the run. There's a couple other DQ games like DQ5 that have their own credit songs, but 2 and 3 are the ones where it's really traditional. So I'm very glad that this incentive got met. So, just a few minutes left.
Right.
All right, controller down. Silence, everyone. Also, there'll be a short scene, like before we get to the actual credits and the singing. Pay attention to the cat. There's a pretty cool little scene here. And we get some more trumpets. Nothing went wrong last time with the trumpets, right? We got 8 of them this time.
Yeah, I was
though,
gonna
so,
say you just needed 8. You just need to get more.
Yeah. Repel the lightning.
With the sound of
Trumpets?
sound waves, vibrations.
Yeah. Got some dancing, some trumpets. Bunch of people lined up to see the hero. All right, here we go. Got the cat talking to the cat in the bottom right.
Meow.
Perfect.
Hero's just watching on. So yeah, this combines the 2 worlds, or closes the hole between the worlds, I guess, and you get stuck down here in Alefgard, which is what leads into DQ1 later. So this becomes Alefgard, and your equipment gets passed down through the generations and becomes the Roto equipment later. And you were given the title of Roto or Erdrick, so left behind a sword and armor, handed down through the generations.
For use in time of need.
Soshite Densetsu ga Hajimata.
So good.
唇を噛みしめたとき魂燃やしてもう一度戦うと誓うどこかできっと誰かが愛の言葉を待ってる何もいらない強くなりたい光り輝く大地を目指して青空に耳を澄ませば振り向くなもう二度と夢に似た微笑みを胸に
All right.
Yes.
Soshite Densetsu Into the Legend. So we just have a short little bit left. I want to give some shout outs to the whole DQRTA community. We have a great Discord. People can hop in, learn some of these runs. They're great to learn. We're always willing to help out. Big shout outs to my friends on the couch for commentary. Big shout outs to the DQ crew hanging out back here. Everybody watching at home. Shout outs to all the donations, to Nami, all that stuff. Really makes me happy. I'm so glad that I got this run in here. As we mentioned earlier, shout-outs to Clear Tonic for getting both Diener and I into DQ speedrunning and DQ3 in particular for his run in 2016. I think that's mostly what I got. Either of you have anything you want to say?
Yeah, I just wanted to say, to go along with that, if you're watching RPG Limit Break and you see some kind of run that you find interesting, get involved with it. Get in touch with the community, start learning it, and you never know where it's going to take you. Me just watching a run that I liked led me here to meet this great community of these wonderful people, to be a part of this fun event, and yeah, it's been really special. So if you see something you like, don't hesitate to reach out and get started on it.
Yeah, so time is coming up when the music stops, and time.
GG. Good job.
Thank you. Yeah, and thank you to everybody watching on the restream, especially the Japanese restream. Arigatou gozaimasu.
And the French restream.
Yes. Thank you to the French restream also. I don't know what other restreams we have, but
Yeah.
yeah, that's my run. I'll hand it back over to Ellie.
All right, guys, great job. Let's give it one last hand for not only the awesome singing, but for the awesome run. Thank you guys very much. All right, guys, we're going to go ahead and set you up for the next run, which is Custom Robo V2. Please sit tight. All right, guys, as we sit tight and set up for the next run, we're going to go ahead and run an ad. As mentioned in the previous one, we did want to send shoutouts to the people involved with our foreign language restreams. Our French restream can be found at twitch.tv/LeFrenchRestream and our Japanese restream at twitch.tv/Japanese restream. If those restreams can help you better enjoy the marathon, please go check them out, give them some love. Have some really super exciting news for you guys this year. RPG Limit Break is excited to announce that we have launched our own merchandise store. Please check out the merch. From hoodies to coffee mugs to even fanny packs. You're sure to find new favorite RPG Limit Break branded gear, and the best part is, all of the proceeds go directly toward funding RPG Limit Break, so we continue giving these awesome live events every year. To visit the online store, please visit www.store.rpglimitbreak.com. Very exciting stuff. Guys, we're really close to hitting that 10K mark. Wanted to remind you that we still have an incentive coming up for our next run, which is naming the main character. So get your donations in if you want to see the main character get the name of your choice. So donation is still open for that. Then we have plenty of incentives for our Tenelico, such as choose the ending, you can choose the route, choose the voice language, sing all of the songs. We have some incentives for Final Fantasy VI. You can rename the starters, show the opera scene, start with tomorrow. Throughout the marathon, each of these games have very cool incentives you can donate toward to. So if you see an incentive that you like, put your donation toward it. All right, guys, we are getting close to setting up our next run. I will be signing off. Creative Ellie, it's been a pleasure hosting some DQ3. Gonna hand it over to Sporadic Erratic, hosting this next run here. Thank you, guys.
What's up, friends? If you are just joining us, welcome to RPG Limit Break 2024. I am your host, Sporadic Erratic, and I am absolutely thrilled to be here helping to raise funds for NAMI. RPG Limit Break 2024 is coming to you live from Salt Lake City, Utah, where we are raising money for NAMI, or the National Alliance on Mental Illness. NAMI was formed in 1979 as a grassroots advocacy organization by a group of parents whose children suffered with serious mental illnesses, and they've maintained that focus to this day. All kinds of beautiful donations rolling in. We have this one from Zushi Wushant for $10. No comment, just generosity. Thank you so much. We have another $10 from Vengeful Blade Upon Thee. And Shawnee7188 sent in $10 and says, I love Robo Battles. I love Robo Battles too. I hope everybody loves Robo Battles, because you know what we have on deck is custom Robo V2. It's going to be New Journey. That's the category. It's coming right up for y'all. Please don't go anywhere. I do want you to know that we have an incentive open for that run, and it needs to close at the very beginning of the run, so you don't have a whole heck of a lot of time. It's a name the character incentive. In the lead, we have Drac at $25. In second place at $11, it's Haro! Exclamation point. In third place at $10, it's Char. And in fourth place, at $1, it's Amuro. And bringing up the lead is Araich at $0. Now, if you want to snipe that, you got time. You don't have a lot of time. You have some time. So, you know, I do highly recommend getting those donations in to name the character. We're going to close that as soon as the run starts. So now is the time. If you have been waffling, if you're like, oh, I'm not sure, now is the time. You got to click on all of those incentives, you know, in order for your donation to go towards them. They don't click on themselves. We have a $15 donation here from Alicine, who says, first time catching Limit Break live. Well, thank you so much for tuning in, Alicine. I hope you enjoy what you see. You know, you may have noticed us talking about incentives and prizes, and this means that via your generous donations, you get to potentially name characters, make our runners complete difficult or ridiculous tasks, or help pick which story you get to see in certain games. You can also become eligible to win numerous prizes donated by community members. Remember that 100% of your donations go directly to the National Alliance on Mental Illness. For more information, check the channel bio for a link to the 2024 tracker. And speaking of prizes, oh my gosh, we have all kinds of amazing prizes that are available right now, including for a minimum donation of $5, you can be entered for a chance to win an Artanelico concert CD. At the $5 level, we also have a chance for you to win a Platypunk Momonja plush or a Hoimi slime plush. These are so flippin' cute. Y'all, you should definitely go check these out. Now, at the $10 level, you could be entered for a chance to win a Dragon Quest Switch collection. And at the $20 level, we have an R Tonelico game. Some lucky donator will be winning that. We also have a really, really cute custom Game Boy Advance SP. Now that is going to take a little bit more, but it is cumulative. If you donate up to $75, you can be entered for a chance to win the custom Game Boy Advance SP. It is cute as heck. You don't have to take my word for it. You can go to tracker.rpglimitbreak.com/prizes to take a look at these prizes your own self. And I know a lot of them are flashing up on the screen. Then, of course, there is our grand prize for cumulative donations of $250. You can be entered for a chance to win a Buster Sword replica. This thing ain't small. Well, in case you're not feeling strongly about the name of the character in the next run in Custom Robo V2, we have a bunch of incentives open for the very next run after that, the R Tonelico Melody of Alemia run. You can choose the ending, you can choose the route, you can choose the voice language. Oh my gosh. How so much energy at this time of day? I'm thriving. I'm in my lane. My crops are watered. This is when I flourish, my friend. I'm here for all of your overnight needs. But yeah, I tell you what, if you want to get in there and snipe those incentives, there is a single donation towards choosing the ending. Shirelia is in the lead at $5. Orica, Misha, no donations whatsoever. Would take a very small donation to choose a different ending. As for choosing the route, Orica is in the lead at $25, and Misha is in second place at $10. Again, very, very easy to snipe for a low donation to the National Alliance on Mental Illness. And finally, choosing the voice language, English is in the lead at $20, and Japanese is in second place at $10. I'll tell you what my preference is Japanese. Please get those donations in. Oh my gosh, we actually have another incentive for this that I am extremely excited about. We are looking for $500 to unlock it. We are sitting at $215. They will sing exec_Phantasmagoria. That is from R Tonelico Melody of Alemia. I extremely, very much want to hear the singing. Please get your donations in. Find out who the one will be singing. You know what? It doesn't say that on my little display, but I am gonna send in a question about that right the hecky now. We've got a maybe. Perhaps we have runners answering the question already. Maybe both? A duet? A beautiful duet, but only if you get those donations in. All right, friends. Well,